did it. It was on the view. And I wasn't sure.
Well, I have some comments at the beginning of the meeting here.
I like to follow the new rules.
We didn't have a whole lot of lists, a whole lot of things.
No.
I'm not on this, the third is the first one. Oh,
I'm going to start this meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. It's Tuesday, June 29th, 2021 at 5:01. And present at today's meeting are Diane Coombs, Val Oliver, Abby Camp, myself, Ray Cole, John McLaughlin, Stephen Welch, and Carrie Thornley. First order of business would be to approve today's agenda.
so moved.
Oh, who gets that one?
Woo, Diane.
All right. You get that one. Okay, so on the motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Just occurred to me, we don't need to do that.
No, you do not.
Oh, really?
That's going to be a difficult habit to drop after a year and a half. Yeah, okay. Just keep throwing stuff at me.
Well, I think it's good practice because you know it's going to happen again.
Okay, anyway, so we have approved agenda. I believe there's at least one public comment.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. I just wanted to inform the commission that tomorrow I
That's
will,
Holly, by the way.
sorry, Polly for the record, your preservation planner. I just want to inform the commission that tomorrow I will be presenting before the Preservation Institute Nantucket students from the University of Florida about the HDC and building with Nantucket in mind. And of course, some of you may know that I am a 2004 graduate of PIN, so it's a really great thing to be able to do. Just wanted to let you all know.
Oh, good job.
Thanks a lot. Tell them how great we are.
Good job, Pen.
Okay, next order of business. Thank you, Holly. By the way, any other public comment? Public comments, for those of you who don't know, is just general public comments not relating to anything specific on our agenda. And there's no debate. We just listen to the comment and that's the end of it. Good? Okay, so moving right along, consent agenda, relatively short. Anybody need to recuse here? No. Have a motion on that one.
Yeah, I will make a motion. I just have a comment. Can we, as a group, get, like we've been doing during Zoom, all the links to everything? Because it's very helpful to look at stuff before the meeting.
Yeah.
And I don't know what's on here, but I'm gonna trust these guys know what they're doing. So I make a motion to consent.
It's not posted.
Yeah, but it's okay.
Okay, no, I get it.
Just for the future.
All right.
Yeah. So motion to approve.
Val. Okay. Val's made a motion to approve. On that motion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone else in favor? We're not doing roll call anymore. Just say aye.
Oh,
Sorry, where is 58 Bunker Road?
58 Bunker Road's up by the electric company.
Oh, yeah, that's,
It's a metal shop.
you know, that's.
and the airport,
Okay.
The industrial center.
I just-
where they want to put the strip
Okay,
club.
so anybody opposed to the motion to approve today's consent agenda? Yeah. Okay, good. All right. I think that motion carries. Okay, so now we need to ratify something that was already, I think, voted on. We want to just do a little back and then-
Yeah, so we have to vote for a pro tem chair to ratify the vote. The first three were from the meeting of the 17th, and then the next group, 1 through 10, were consents from the 22nd. Were voted on a remote chair.
Where did it say that couldn't have a remote chair?
Town council.
let me make sure that I understand. Okay, so I have
We had-
all of these items that are listed under number 3
Mhm.
would be voted through together or individually, hopefully together.
I can defer to Carrie to that one.
They can be done together. The thing I'm not sure about is if you refuse from the original vote, if you should refuse from here.
Oh, that's a really super good question.
which would
And
be
the
basically
answer to
doing
that has to be yes. Has to be yes.
So whoever's voting.
Okay,
would
so
be
then
everybody
I
else.
need to recuse from this. Val needs to recuse. Anybody else? And you can go for it, you can share.
So Madam Vice Chair, I'll make a motion to ratify the numbers 1, 2, and 3 under section 3.
Thank you, Steve.
You can rest on them all.
Yeah.
Yep, that's what I just said.
No,
1, 2, 3, yep.
And one and one.
Oh, there's more.
There's 13.
And B, 1 through 10, thank you, Terry.
Yes, okay. Thank you, Steve. On your motion.
Aye.
John? Are you in favor?
Stephen's made a motion to approve already. Disapprove. I think Madam Chair, you just said it's also was in favor.
All those in favor?
Really loud.
Really loud. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, I think that passed.
Just for the record on that, the board there, including Carrie and Stephen, and Val, Ray, are still involved. Okay. Thank you.
Can I just remind the commission to speak into the microphone so that everybody. Thank you.
Okay, now we're along to some old business items at 38 Prospect. Brooke?
Yes, sir.
All right. Boards are established on these, as you all can tell from the agenda.
I'm not on this. I'm recused, but Diane,
Yeah.
yep.
Yes. Happy and Holly. Everything that we're looking at here, public's gonna be able to see up there. Is that
Not quite sure.
okay? Because I'm gonna guess that most people in the room are here for these applications, right?
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So it would be helpful if everybody.
As far as I know, Linda submitted those. As far as I know, Linda submitted those into the record.
So Holly, I think it's you that. All right, go ahead, Brooke.
All right.
The first application, everyone, is for the house. And the board, so that you all know, is myself, Diane, Abby, Stephen, and Carrie. Okay? Go ahead, Brooke.
So I'd like to just say that, you know, we've done a lot of nipping and tucking on the house. And per the most recent HSAB meeting, their primary concerns were limited to whether or not the rear dormer was visible and some of the fenestration. There were some questions about that, but the main change that I made to these drawings was that I dropped the building about 1.4 inches. And then there is a secondary mass to the west that was also dropped so that the plate height appears staggered. And that was the main, I think, main difference between the drawings that I've done, you know, in the past and this presentation. So that is not it.
That was it for you, right?
Yes, that is for now, yes.
Okay.
And this is still the second dwelling that we're looking at.
Holly?
Well,
Each side took a look at this. Main house comments, the 4 panel French door should change visible. The dormers in the west and south should be narrower. 12 windows might be an improvement, and use the water table on.
You said 4-panel French doors, right? That was the initial comment.
Well, also, there are no clapboards this time around and no shutters. That was another big change to make it appear less formal up there. And the dormers were split.
You mean 4 leaves, right? Holly, in fact, there's 4 leaves there.
I think so.
Yeah, because there's no panel. Okay. What did you say, Bill?
That one of the other changes is that the east dormer and the west dormers were both split and made smaller as per the last HDC meeting.
Any member of the public want to say anything on this application for the house? Yes. You know the drill, right? So you just give us your name and your address for the record.
Yes, my name is Ann Duez. My address is 5 Mill Street. I'm representing a group of neighbors, and I would like to thank the HDC, the commissioners, the chairman, the owner of this property, and the designer for all the hard work that you've put in to make these structures much more suitable for the neighborhood that we live in. We appreciate very much what you've done. And this comment applies also to the secondary dwelling that you will discuss and the shed. Thank you.
Oh, great, thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Something you want to say? Okay. All right, I think it's to the board members now on these revisions. Who would like to begin? Do I need to choose a victim? Oh,
I appreciate what Mark has done from the original rendition. I think mostly the rear and west elevation is good. The front elevation, I'm still concerned that the secondary mass is still more than half as long as the main mass, and it's not completely typical. I do think you're reading a lot simpler, and I think bringing that heat line down a little bit helps a lot. And I think the architecture is in better keeping with the simplicity and detailing of the rest of the neighborhood. The 12/12 is an interesting idea from HSAP, but I don't think for me it's a 100% necessary. I do wish that mass would come in a little bit more, not be quite as substantial against the main mass.
Sure. So, Brooke, I appreciate the simplification, removing clapboards, the shutters. I will say, I think we've kind of lost track of the house and the grading for this spot. I think that's unfortunate because discussion. Referring back to my comments at the meeting of May 3rd, and the grading is a concern. This will be a tall house relatively close to the street on a hill. And I am also concerned along the lines of Carrie's comments with respect to the proportionality of the secondary mass as you view from the north elevation and from the street. And I do think we need to see a cross section of the site again to refamiliarize ourselves with what's happening, and we need to see a grading plan with retainage. I will say, as I said previously on May 3rd, that I think that this would be approvable in many locations, but I'm concerned about approving it here as it is. And I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thanks, Steve. Abby?
Yeah, appreciate the changes. But I agree that the right-hand side still is sort of overwhelming the main mass. If that could come in a foot or two, I think that would do it for me. But I appreciate the additive massing. I hadn't been thinking about the grading, and that's a good point. So I'd like that to be cleared up.
Thank you, Abby. Diane?
Yes, I think perhaps we can bring in the right side west elevation and the east. If we made those dormers come in tighter than what they are now, they got so much room on either side of the window. If we brought them in, it would make the whole thing less expensive. I think that it's much, the height of the main building is 28 or 27.6. I thought it said 28.
27.6. Yeah.
27.6,
Yeah.
which is certainly coming into more than what it was. And the addition is 25.4. I would like to see the, I would like to suggest that the dormers be brought in, make it tighter, maybe bring in a whole building, another 2-3 feet, which would make it subservient to the main building. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. So I was initially concerned about the grading. So I had brought it up a couple of times. Now I'm looking at the site plan and the grading. And it would appear to me that you're actually creating your flat plateau by cutting into the site, southeast corner. So, Stephen, I don't believe that there's a need for retainage.
There's definitely not a need for retainage
Right.
there. It's a 1 foot bump.
Yeah.
And that
So
was,
there's, as far as I can tell, this is, my comments apply only to the main house. I haven't really studied the guest house yet. But the way that the level grade is happening is you're pulling back the two highest contours to allow for that to happen. So I guess I don't really have any issues with the grading now that I've looked at this.
May I comment on that? 'Cause
Yeah,
I
sure,
think
please
there's
do.
clarification.
Yep.
So if you look at the sheets, actually, we mentioned this before, the sheets aren't labeled. It's lot 28, 38 Prospect LLC primary dwelling, lot 28 perspectives in the upper left here. That's it. So the site plan indicates a 5 foot drop from 60 feet and primarily the leftmost portion of the upper section or the upper drawing. Yeah, to the back of to the 3 foot drop to the front of the cottage and a 5 foot to the back. Okay, and your red line, Brooke, is
that's proposed.
proposed and your blue line is existing.
Yes.
So there is retainage of about 2.5 or 3 feet at the right, correct?
No, that just berms away down to the street. And it's a continuation of the grade line of the building at lot 29.
Can you just explain to me then, for informational purposes, if you're raising the grade on the, behind the cottage, approximately 3 feet, it looks like.
I think it's
How is
less
that
than that.
transferring over to the roadway?
It berms down. It's a hill. Let's see.
Because your site plan doesn't show returning back on itself in plan view. So there would need to be some type of retainage there. Admittedly, it's less than I thought after now looking at this, but there still would need to be retainage.
Along where, I'm not sure I understand. It comes across as a knob. It's like a, maybe the contours weren't drawn correctly, but if you go up there and you're at lot 29, walking down North Mill towards Angola, you'll see there's kind of a knob of land that continues, and then it's cut for Birdsong Lane, and then it pops up again for lot 26. And lot 29, the finish grade is at 57 feet, and that 57 is going to continue over into this lot. And I'm just showing that there is happens to be a little infill in this area where this building is that's going to be at 57 feet. And so I'm trying to show that in a longitudinal section through this entire lot. But there's no intention at all of retainage. It's just to try and keep it, it's more of, I mean, it's a long enough lot where we can sculpt the contours in the final layout of the landscape.
Okay, so with respect to the red line, that's not meant to indicate that the grade is filled closer to the road. That's meant to indicate the highest fill point along the depth of the lot.
Yes,
So
yes.
in fact, there would be gradation lines towards the street a little bit as,
Yes, there'll be very tight contours along the street as it goes up
okay,
to that point.
so not having seen that in the site plan, I presume that that was where the road line is. And that's why I said rotating.
Yes,
You're
right,
saying
right
that-
where that black line is, that's where the road and that drop meet, that's where the road starts at that point. And the
Gotcha.
road obviously falls towards Angola.
Okay, no, I understand. Thank you.
Okay. And one other thing too is to a point that the chair had made, I think at least during the last application, and that was a request to cite the building at the 60-foot, and I had it at the 61. And so it is now at the 60-foot. So that also brought the building down in addition to, some of the other architectural changes that I made.
Okay. So it sounds to me like the major concerns among the board are fairly simple. One would be the reduction in the width of the subordinate mass on the north elevation. 16 feet right now. I think Abby said a foot or two. I don't know whether Carrie had a magic number. And also Diane's comment about the dormers is that there's more space between the windows and the corner boards than that's absolutely necessary, and that those can potentially get repaired. For those are sort of great. Is that it?
I think Diane also wanted it to be. Did you say the, putting this back in a foot or two? The telescope, yes. Could you clarify that? Diane?
No, I should say, you were talking about the dormers and bringing them in a little bit. I figured if you did bring them in a little bit, it would shorten the length of the addition to where it's not.
Oh, okay.
So kind of an overall pinching.
Yeah, I thought that if you meant Diane to just pull the corner boards closer to the.
No, I'd rather see the building come in a little bit, because one of our problems seems to be that it's bigger than the main building, or almost bigger than the main building, and the reduction of the size of the doors would help bring it in.
Okay, thank you. What would we like to do with this, folks?
I think. Could we hold it for revisions yet again?
Approve through staff.
I would have loved to approve it through staff with some very
Well, I'm
specific
hoping
changes.
that too. It's just been a long process for everyone.
Let me talk to my client for 2 seconds, okay?
What?
Let me talk to my client for 2 seconds.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Bad.
Brooke, just FYI.
Yes.
Abby is going to propose bringing both of the wings into the 16-foot one on the east, on the
North.
right-hand side of the north, and the back one, the east elevation, the left-hand side of the east elevation, both 2 feet. And I think with that, I would like fly.
Okay.
Good.
Yep,
Okay.
and that will be through staff.
Okay, so folks, everybody who's sitting on this application, the motion is to approve this through staff, making the 16-foot wide subordinate mass on the north elevation 14 feet. And the rear L in the back, 2 feet narrower than it is. There's no number attached to it right now, so we'll just say 2 feet less than what it is currently. That is her motion. All in favor of Abby's motion?
Just to clarify, not 2 feet narrower, 2 feet shorter.
Both.
You said narrower.
Oh.
That would make
Oh.
that-
Shorter.
Okay, yeah, no, right.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. That is, I believe what happened.
Yes.
Okay, so all in favor?
This is basically, we gotta make it less long, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
less long and less wide.
It's a pinching.
Right. 2 feet in each direction. Maybe I should poll the board just to make sure that we get this down. So Diane, where are you on that motion?
If it's going to be 2 feet less, I would be for it.
Okay, so Diane's in favor. Abby, you're in favor of your motion, I'm sure. Gotta make sure. Board Stephen on that motion?
Oh, I know, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, and Carrie. You're an aye, and I'll be an aye too, so that's 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Thank you for that. Now we're gonna move along to the second dwelling.
And Mr. Chair, for the record, there is a length given on that west elevation. So
Oh, okay.
whatever that was, it'll be
Whatever
that
the
minus 2
number
feet.
is, it's 2 feet less.
Yep.
Do you want to write what the things were?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Brooke.
So on this one, the building was dropped in height. And I don't know how much, I think it was about at least a foot, but it's under 22 feet now, just barely, but it's under
It's
22.
almost 2 feet.
Yeah. All right. And simplification of the fenestration on all elevations. And I think it's fairly self-explanatory. Those windows are shown as plank style trim. It's not flat cased, so there will be some texture as opposed to like a regular 1x4 trim detail, which I think one of the commissioners had a concern about it looking too simple during our last meeting. So I will let you guys discuss.
Okay, thanks. Polly.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Sab took a look at the revisions on June 7th. There was a comment that this is being more of a barn added type of structure, which was good. There was a suggestion of adding a small window to the north first floor to balance it out. Maybe a 12 over 12 window for an older feel was a comment, and then comment on the change the French doors to 1 door and a window. Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any member of the public care to speak on this application, guest house? Nope. Okay, we'll open up to the board then. Start.
One comment on the south elevation, where the hip roof comes around and it's under that second story window. In your first rendition, it's right at the corner of the second window, but could it, on your, the present proposal, it's sort of in an odd place. Could it be?
It's funny
you-
because that happened because the building has gotten narrower.
In order to bring
When the
it
building
down.
got narrower, now that was the issue.
Oh, okay. So now that it's narrower, can you just shift it over so it lines up with that? Sorry, so minor. That's all I have.
About a foot off. That's it?
Yeah.
Good, otherwise, okay. Diane, how about you?
I appreciate the addition of the balancing windows. Good, I see the problem with the roof. But I'm sure he can fix this. The only thing I was concerned about in the other elevations, he has brought the windows right up under the roof, and in this one, he doesn't seem to. Is there reason for that, Brooke?
Can you point out?
I think it's when you went to a plank frame, they got
See?
narrower.
Right here,
Yes, the shingle.
and this has none?
When this building got pinched around,
Uh-huh,
I had to change some plate heights, and I also wanted to make sure that the sills
we're all aligned.
all aligned all the way around the building.
Okay.
And so that was one of the concessions I made. I'm not a fan of the shingle strip either. But right next door to me on Liberty Street, Eugenie Voorhees.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she has.
Yeah.
On
This
this
is
roof,
kind of the,
where are you going to, where do you want to stop it now? Where it is?
I like it right here because this is a standard dimension
Yeah,
for a foundation. I think it's like 12 feet. And if it was less than that, it's just a cost.
that's fine. I appreciate the changes and I understand them. So I'm all set on this.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Stephen?
Yeah, first of all, Brooke, I appreciate the changes, especially the attention to detail with the plank framing casings. I think that's gonna be a really nice detail in that particular area. I wanted to confirm the only SDL are the citizen doors around the side or rear.
Correct.
Okay, and I'm not gonna oppose this. I do think despite the reduction in height so close to North Mill Street, it's going to appear taller than it is. But I think you've made some good concessions with respect to the height. I think the massing changes you've made are appropriate, and therefore, I think overall it's an appropriate design.
Thanks, Stephen. Karen?
I appreciate the simplicity of this building a lot, and the fact that you can read each one as it is. And I think it's really successful. I'm happy with it. I think it's right on that corner.
Okay, I'm gonna be the fly in the ointment. The HSAB said something about having a window, a small window on the north elevation, just to balance out that first floor.
Yes.
Kind of blank now.
It is blank. The discussion was actually about having like a, sorry, the discussion was about having like a small 4-light window because there's a set of stairs there.
Yeah.
And
Just something.
I don't mind. It'll be different than everything else that's there. But I think that a little bit of, yeah, there's a 4-light window in the bathroom.
Window number one.
Yep. So I could put a window number 1 in the stair as well. And
I just think otherwise it looks kind of naked.
yeah, that'd be great.
All right, so it
I'd be
sounds like
happy with
maybe if you
that.
add that, and were you able to take up Abby's suggestion of moving that corner board over on the first floor? Where would you want that, Abby?
Yeah, just line it up at the end of that. Move it over. Yeah, move the corner board onto the right side of that window. Come
How about 6
on.
inches?
He said, he
6 inches
explains
is-
why, but
Actually, it is 6 inches. If you have the corner board match up with the side casing of the window, it would be a 6.
I think it's 7.
Okay.
Anyway,
All right.
make a motion to approve.
Can you elaborate on your motion?
Yes, well, can that be done?
It can, it's just, you know, when you've got a foundation that's 12 feet versus one that's 11.6, there's just a slight,
I know.
slight efficiencies there, so,
Well, do what you can on that.
all right.
And add a window to the north elevation on the
Four-light window.
four-light window.
Left-hand side of the main gable.
That's my
Okay,
motion.
so just, you were taking 6 inches off of the.
I am. I don't know
Well,
if he
no,
is.
but you're making the motion.
Yes,
So we should
yes.
reconsider it. So,
No, I didn't know if
6
structurally it could be done, so.
oh, it can be.
All
It's just tidy arithmetic. So the corner board on the first floor will align with the right-hand side of window number 4 on the south elevation. That's Abby's motion, correct?
And the window on the
And
far
that's right,
left,
we got
north
that.
elevation.
Yeah, so Diane on the motion,
Okay, I would be for it. I understand why he's doing that on the 12 by 12. But if it should go under that window, so there you are.
okay, so you're in favor of Abby's motion. All right, thank you. Stephen,
I'm a no, Mr. Chairman. I'm in favor of now.
okay.
Right.
All right, you said you were gonna vote in favor of this.
I was gonna, but the motion's too much. for me.
Carrie
Aye.
and Abby on the motion.
Aye.
Motion carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed.
Thank you.
Okay, now the moment you go.
The shed.
Oh, no. The water feature is first.
Before the,
You don't want to make these people suffer in this room anymore. This is, yeah. Okay.
All right, so that is the old drawing.
Yeah.
We are not 9 by 15. I think if you scroll down,
Oh,
yes, I did all of the applications or all the drawings that we've looked at. All right, so what we've done is we've reduced the size of the spa and we have tucked it underneath a porch and around the back side of the now approved dwelling. And it's tucked into a deck. So in terms of visibility, I would say, since that has often been an HDC guiding standard, it certainly meets that as being not visible. And I think, I would, I think that is really almost the only thing that we need to consider at this point is whether or not this is visible. And I don't believe it is based on the changes that we've made and where it sits now.
Okay, thank you. And I want to be clear. So we're not just, this application is really not just about the spa. It's about the fencing, basically about all the landscape stuff,
Correct.
right?
Yeah.
Because the fencing sort of plays a key role in this.
As does the shed.
Right.
Mr. Chair, each side did take a look at this on June 7th as well. And their comments are fairly consistent as they have been through the entire process of this. Pools and oversized water features have an adverse effect on the character of any dense neighborhood due to nighttime reflected light and accentuated sounds. These features are especially not appropriate in open historic district. I will, however, mention, and as a sidebar to their comments, that based on this revision, it does seem that this will not be visible from the public.
Could you say that again?
That it's not visible based on the location of the screen.
Not visible. That's it, Holly?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks. Okay,
Thank you.
anyone who wants to speak on this one?
I just want to respond first off. Oh, well, first I'll say my name. I'm Ann Lingaman Davis, and I live at 15 Mill Street. I just want to respond about the visibility question. I think that the HTC considers the natural context. And there's no doubt for me that pools change the environment, whether you can see them or not. Okay, and I'd like to talk a little bit today about my neighbors. They're here in this room to oppose the proposal of a spa pool in the neighborhood. In the Mill Street area, I'm speaking here about Mill Street, New Dollar Lane, Angola Street, and Candle House Lane. Nobody has a pool spa. In fact, most neighbors have the opposite of what a pool spa represents in the landscape. They have chosen to keep their gardens and yards wide open to public view, leaving the historic context open and inviting. Historically, Mill Street neighbors have taken great care to preserve their architecture and the contextual landscape. I'm going to speak now about my neighbors of the past. In 1950, Louise Melhado of Moore's End purchased and generously gifted 4 Mill Street, now known as the 1800 House, to the NHA. In 1978, when Eleanor Ham died, her bequest left a small fenced pony field to the NHA for, quote, the purpose of enhancing and preserving the beauty of Mill Street. Then more recently, in 2016, over 15 families and neighbors came together in a huge effort to facilitate and fund the purchase of 5 lots from the Mueller family to be used as public open space. With land bank assistance, this goal was realized in 2018. My neighbors, whether the spirits of the past or the ones here in the room, have demonstrated a commitment to preservation. We are all neighbors, but more importantly, we consider ourselves caretakers of these historic structures and the surrounding landscape. I stand before you as part of a large group that is 100% opposed to pool spas in this neighborhood for the simple reason they are not appropriate. We believe they would be detrimental to the well-preserved historic and natural context of the Mill Street neighborhood. Thank you very much for hearing me out.
Hello again. I'm Ann Duez. I live at number 5 Mill Street. I represent a group of nearly 50 neighbors, a large number of whom participated in the purchase of the properties around the pony field a few years ago. Nearly 85% of this group have written to you, have participated in these meetings, and/or have asked me to speak on their behalf. All of us, as Anne has just suggested, are opposed to these mini pools, water features in the special, historically significant Mill Street neighborhood. There are a number of reasons cited for this opposition. Unfortunately, many of them are not in the HDC's purview. We understand this. However, there is one thread that ties them all together, and this thread is in the purview of the HDC. Mini pools are not appropriate in our special, historically significant, quaint Quaker neighborhood. If you've been able to read the many letters that you've received, and it wouldn't surprise me if you haven't because you're overworked, you would have been incredibly impressed by the eloquence of some of their descriptions of our neighborhood and their passion for our neighborhood. Leslie Lindsley wrote a letter to the editor last week that I shared with you. She expressed perfectly the concept of neighborhood and community and what we lose when inappropriate development invades these neighborhoods. You know where we stand, but let me give you some words from your own. Mickey Rowland, the spa meets zoning. It doesn't mean that they meet the aesthetic of the OHD. Angus McLeod seems inappropriate in the town setting. Jason Leonardo Finger, I just don't think it's appropriate. Mickey Rowland again, which was read by Holly. These features are especially not appropriate in the old historic district. Don't feel they're appropriate. Diane Coombs at the meeting last week. We're not forced to do something if we feel it doesn't fit in, and I don't think this fits in. Mr. Gillis, the owner of this property, has demonstrated that he has respect for the norms of the neighborhood by significantly amending the design of the structures he is proposing to build. Now that he has a better idea of what the heart and soul of our neighborhood is all about, I would ask him to further demonstrate this understanding by acknowledging the overwhelming arguments that water features, many pools, are inappropriate in our neighborhood, and withdrawing his application. Barring that, I asked the commission to reject this application and the precedent it would set for this 9-lot development. In the May 24 HSAB meeting, the owner's representative, Linda Williams, responding to Mickey's comment about inappropriateness, said, and I quote, "That's a philosophical argument. I'm not opposed, but this is not a philosophical argument. The question of appropriateness is key. It is admittedly difficult. It is admittedly subjective, but it is a matter on which the HDC can opine. It's time to confront the issue head on by deciding whose interests to champion. A comprehensive, united group of neighbors who have demonstrated over time their commitment to maintaining the special historical nature of our neighborhood, or an individual who is proposing something that is inappropriate. Isn't that what safeguarding the historical legacy of Nantucket is all about? I ask you, Chairman Pohl, Commissioner Camp, Commissioner Coombs, Commissioner Thornwell, and Commissioner Welch, to say no to this application. Thank you very much for your time and your exceptionally hard work on behalf of all of us. We appreciate it immensely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Since I was just quoted out of context, I'll give you the context. I'm not a spa person and I'm not a pool person. I don't like Linda Williams for the applicant. And I help with Mark Lombardi's, and that's one of Mark Lombardi's plans. I am not a pool person. I'm not a spa person. I would turn blue when I was a kid here before they could drag me out of the ocean. However, the jurisdiction, I don't have to tell you this, but I'll reiterate it for the sake of the neighbors who are not probably have standing, because standing in the courts have always been proven as a direct abutter, and they are not. They're several hundred feet away. I think you have the photographic packet that I put together for Brooke before. It's not visible. It doesn't matter if you don't like spas. It doesn't matter if they detract from something when it's not visible. I don't know how it detracts from the historic character because it's not visible. The HDC has sole jurisdiction over what's visible from a publicly traveled way, which in this case would be Prospect, but my other project is blocking it entirely. North Mill Street and Angola is way below the hill, and it is not visible at all from the Pony Farm or the 1800 house or Mill Street for that matter, because of where it is located related to the main house and the guest house. It's a small, insignificant feature. It is not a water feature. It is a spa. The word water feature connotates fountains and waterfalls and all this other stuff and koi ponds and everything else. It is a small, very small spa because Brooke reduced the size of it and then we put that on the plan. I don't really know how to address all the stuff that's being thrown at this, given the limited jurisdiction of the HDC on visibility from a publicly traveled way, and it is not. So we've got screening, we have parking, we have, I believe there's a fence. I can't really see it from here without my glasses. And it's couched underneath in the main house envelope. So I'd ask you to consider what they've said, but consider that most of it is irrelevant to the jurisdiction of what the HDC can and cannot do. I know a lot of us don't like pools, they don't like spas, but under the bylaw, this is not a pool. There's a gallonage and a size in the bylaw, which is not allowed in the ROH or R1 or R5 now. And this meets the criteria for the gallonage and the size in the bylaw. So the fact that they keep calling it a pool is incorrect, and that's inappropriate. It is a spa, and it is a spa under the zoning bylaw definition. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Anyone else?
Rich Healis on the applicant. And I'll be super brief because I think a lot has been said, and yeah, I tried to reach out to Ms. Duez and we had a great conversation, and I know she's speaking on behalf of the neighborhood. I don't think I'm gonna come to eye with everyone, and I can't, please everyone, but this is a very small, I have family members who use this for medical reasons, and I tried to reduce the size and location to somewhere where it's impossible to see from any public way, which I know is a main criteria for HDC purview. And there's really not much more I can say. I really hope that we would stick to the rules and regulations. It's in compliance with everything from a zoning perspective. It's not visible. If my dad wants to soak in it for medical reasons at night, I don't know how that's going to detract from other people's enjoyment of the neighborhood. We're hundreds of yards down the hill, and I would just ask you guys to take that into consideration, that this is simply not visible. And I respect and appreciate everything you guys have been doing. It's been taking up a lot of time. I understand, but we hope that we could take it on its merits.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we turn it over to the board now. Abby.
Well, yeah.
Ready?
Sure, I'll say. First, I want to say that a development like this in a neighborhood such as this, it's too bad there isn't a comprehensive review of like how it's going to look, because setting this precedence, if you saw this, you see a dot of blue on a piece of paper, but if we saw the development and we saw that, I don't know if everything is going to be proposed, every feature is going on all the lots. If we were to see this as a comprehensive development, I think that would be my point, is that it would be inappropriate in this neighborhood. And I'm worried about setting up precedents here, and I'm worried about setting a precedence further for other developments in other historic neighborhoods. If we start passing this now, when is it going to end? I'm worried about that.
Thank you, Abby. I'm going to break the protocol because ordinarily I hear from all the board members, but it sounds like you guys might have some sort of a response to the idea of,
Yes.
you know, the reason the room is full of people is because everybody's concerned about precedent.
I understand
We're
that
not
part.
reading this as an isolated,
Right.
one-off kind of thing.
I wanted to just speak directly to Ms. Camp's assertion about having a comprehensive plan. If my client were responsible for all of the lots and he owned all the lots, then I absolutely agree with you. I think that would be a great idea and that's exactly what we do. But that is not the case. There's a lot of individual ownership right now. And so I think that the HTC, just by default is in a position of reviewing these individually and independently. So,
I think.
but I wish we could too. I
I
don't
think we
disagree
can
with that point.
Project though, to imagine what it might be like. Minor points, I think a hedge, as the neighbors have indicated that the neighborhood has open gardens and they are not hedged all the way around. And I don't think there are circular driveways. I think it's a too formal approach. And I'd like to see something more rural, something like you would see on other houses in the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, no.
May I go?
Oh, gosh. Well, Carrie go and then you'll be next.
I've been thinking about this since it came up day one, and I don't think it's about this setting a precedent. I think the precedent is already set in this neighborhood. There are no spots, and that's our precedent. It's the existing neighborhood, the historic neighborhood. There are no spots. This is not, there's no precedent for this.
There's one at 3 South Mill,
The fact that, where is number 3 South now?
right through the hedges.
Okay, well, I hold to it still. I really don't think that a spot in this neighborhood is appropriate. Linda's point of it not being visible, this board looks at things that aren't visible all the time, and we express our thoughts about its appropriateness. These days, everything wants to be invisible, but they're invisible, they're there, and this little thing of the character of the neighborhood, I really feel that. Okay, I'll check out the spot at 3.
Thanks.
Well, one of the things that I have mentioned before is that the HTC has a mission which does not involve approving a thing that can't be seen, but it is a thing that we can approve or not approve to its fitting into the neighborhood. And I think we, as the top person on the HDC, did not have to approve something that is because you can't see it. It shouldn't be there. The whole thing of the pony farm and all the little house down on Candlestick and the 81 house and all that stuff fits into a neighborhood. That neighborhood is one of the most popular to take people through to see, because there is what Nantucket sort of used to be like. And to build something else because you can't see it is ridiculous. We are given that command to do what we think is the best to fit in the neighborhood. And the spa and Brooke had the same thing. He couldn't defend. The minute you okay one, there are going to be 15 other ones and all the little properties that have been built up. And then it's going to go up to Mill Street, and then you've lost the center of really what is sort of left of our most historic district. And I think that is important. That's what the HCC is commissioned to do, is to protect, not just okay because you can't see it. So that's what I would say and tell the people who live there that this is most important to protect what we have left and to take the responsibility to say no and stand up for it. And I'm one of those.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, please.
Okay, Stephen hasn't spoken yet.
Sure. So Mr. Chair, I'm going to end up taking what will not be the popular position on this, not because it's a popular position, but because consistency. However, I will say that I think that this commission is in tenuous grounds denying this application. Pools, full blown pools have been approved within several hundred yards on Main Street, on Mill Street, on Saratoga Lane, and other neighborhoods very similar to this. I voted against many of them. I will vote against this tonight. However, without a policy that's clear and guidelines for these particular uses, I feel an appeal would be very successful, if not imminent. And I think that we are not doing a service to the community if we don't develop some type of policies and guidelines. Either way the guidelines come out, whether it's for water features or against, I'm not predisposing my, if I were to sit on that as a vote, because I don't know. But I think that we owe that, we have that due. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So, it's clear that you don't have support for the approval of a pool or a mini pool or whatever we want to call it, water feature. Just for me, the rules are in place, and I think that, we are, as Stephen says, on certain legally tenuous ground, but I mean, this, given the number of lots here and the desire to have these little water features all around, this is going to be for our board death by 1,000 cuts if it doesn't move to some other place for some kind of adjudication. So I'm going to ask you kind of have some choices here. I think a motion for revisions would be kicking a can down the road. I mean, it's pretty clear where this is going. You can get a denial from us that you can then take to the select board, and then, we can hear this in a larger forum. Or you can withdraw the application, which is kind of going to take, the next person in line will have to go through the same thing. So, what are your thoughts on that? And your client's thoughts?
Yes, we're going to withdraw, right?
You're going to withdraw.
Yes. For now, once things are built, we'll come back maybe.
Okay.
But-
all right.
Better than a denial.
Well, no, actually, I don't think it's better than a denial, because at least a denial, we can, take this to the select board. I mean, I would love to get this out.
Hang on.
That's asking you to become the test case, and I really, it's asking.
I think we'll withdraw.
You'll withdraw.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so,
Order, please.
so, folks, no vote's going to be taken because the applicant has withdrawn his application, and the applicant has withdrawn his application, so there's no vote to be taken on this particular issue, but thank you all for your input. I'm sure we're going to be seeing you all again soon. I know we will. Yes. Yes.
Are they withdrawing the whole landscaping plan at this time?
I think that would have to be the way it would work. We're not going to
Or are you
approve the
just
fences and
withdrawing
such,
the
but
water feature?
right, you're
Yeah,
withdrawing the entire application.
I think we have to, just because that's what's
It would
written.
really simplify
Yeah.
things for us.
And we
a
can
lot.
come back with hardscape applications and
Right.
other things at
Okay.
a later point.
Okay, well, thank you all.
Like maybe a ceramic
Now,
bathtub.
For those of you that are interested in the shed, hang around. Otherwise, the water feature is completed. I don't think so. I think, Brooke, Brooke? Yeah, sorry.
Did anyone point out that they should take it up on the zoning level when something is subdivided? They're aware, but do they care? It's gonna come up to us every time.
They're obviously upset.
I think you're right.
It is not our job. It is, if somebody's gonna subdivide and you have an
If you
issue
guys
with
could
that, then
keep
make
it
sure you
down,
put it
we'll
into
conduct your meeting,
subdivision.
so out in the hall would be great. Thank you very much. Okay, so the shed. I'm sorry, John. So we just finished.
Did you see the?
And things can start moving along.
Yes.
Faster.
Oh, here.
Yeah, so soon, okay? All right.
Yes.
Tom. Brooke. Shed.
Holly, can you go to the drawings, the regular drawings? Not these, I think I did some real ones for this one with numbers on it. No?
Right
Mm.
there. There.
All right, well, I guess this is the application. And I can't even, I think what we did was we tracked this the last time through. So there were no revisions requested. The revisions shown were based on requests from a meeting that was 2 meetings before this one.
Which is the sliding doors. That's the only thing that's bubble is the sliding.
Yes, because I think I had sliders with glass behind it
Okay.
or some such.
Oh,
Even though you
right.
couldn't really see it, it was a concern.
Yep, okay.
Um,
Oh, right, HSAB on this one.
Yes, Mr. Chair, they reviewed this again on June 7th. Their comments were, could be a little shorter in height and recommended smaller windows on the west elevation. Those are your-
Shorter in height.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What was the other thing you just said?
Smaller windows on the west.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, I'm just gonna ask, does anyone here want to speak on the shed? I can't imagine, so, but. just- All right, so it's to the board. Wants to go on this one.
I'll go, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Stephen.
I'd like to get a clarification. Brooke, you've got bubbled your east elevation and your north elevation. I may have missed the comment. The north elevation, the height is bubbled. Has this been reduced from what it was?
Yes, it's come down. I think it came down at least a foot, and I can't remember because I don't, the drawings at this point, or, oh, there we are. Yep. So if you look at that, there was a window in the gable and, yes, it looks like it came down about a foot.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful information and certainly more appropriate. And then the doors were simplified on the east elevation. I have no concerns. I have a question on my site plan. There's an area within the shed. It looks almost like it's a spa. Is that? just an area?
Stop.
I retract that comment. Okay.
We
There's
could
a
put the
bicycle.
spot in the shed.
Okay, so Stephen, it sounds like you're okay with the shed.
Yes, sir.
All right, Karen,
Yeah, I am too.
all right. Abby,
Like shutters, if, I'd like them to actually close over something that in your plan, it looks like they don't.
the doors.
These doors, if you were to open them on the slider, they wouldn't open all the way. So I'd like to have them fit.
He's showing them half open.
Oh.
So when they're fully open,
It's,
they're gonna look like this. He just wanted to show that there was nothing behind
I-
that glass. Right?
Yes.
That's the only reason he's drawing
It was a
Thank you.
peekaboo look.
thank you.
it. So you're good.
Yes.
Okay. Diane,
I am good. I just wondered why they wanted the windows on the west elevation
I don't know.
made smaller. They're the same size as all the rest of them.
I don't know. I had to recuse myself from that at the HSAB.
They're not particularly large windows.
No, I think it fits in fine. So I wouldn't go for smaller windows.
No,
I think we have lift off on this.
Motion to approve is submitted.
Here's the motion. All in favor? Aye.
I,
Any opposed? Please to approve this. Yeah. All right, so that motion carries. Okay.
Thank you.
Carrie Thornwood, thanks. Thanks. Okay.
Here, I go away. It's here.
Oh, Luke's here.
I'm going.
No. Sorry. You was the spot. They would do that.
This is 14 Harbor View. She is, but these were from the first time they came in, example sheet dropped off.
Hello, Luke.
In case you wanna peruse. I brought them with me.
I too loud after
Oh,
too much.
well, I knew since it wasn't quite a done deal yet.
When did we hear this last?
The only thing could be one of those things you have pictures of the way the house has always been. At least in my memory.
I used to clean this house for Ann and Jerry.
You're on this, right?
We used to fly to the fish.
No, you're not.
She used to come up with a
Yes,
race.
I can actually leave now.
okay.
Yeah,
We were waiting for Stephen last week. He was like,
yeah, okay. So, everyone, Abby's going home, to clean her house. What? Filthy. Isn't that what you just told me?
I'm being filmed tomorrow.
Anyway, so
Preservation.
we're gonna do
Nice.
a rotation with the assistant members.
What?
For this right here, doesn't change. It doesn't change. Abby's not on.
Val,
Work on this is myself, Diane, John, Val, and Stephen. Okay,
Oh, yeah,
Good
Abby's
night,
not
Abby.
on it.
thanks for joining us. Always- Okay. So. Who's actually presenting this?
Well, I'm doing architectural.
Okay, all right. I think we might need that. All right. But it's one of the chairs, too. Somebody go first.
Can we start on the front of the house? Yeah. Can you hear me? You hear me? Okay. So I think, we considered everyone's revision requests and have responded to a lot of them. On the south elevation, the left-hand addition, we've addressed concerns in the first floor windows being separated, the upper deck there being shortened in its proximity to the edge. And we've widened in the dormer. We've filled it more so with glazing. On the main house portion, we have removed the friendship stair element and gone back to a single-sided proposal. And the upper dormers, we have gone from 2 windows and wider dormers to narrower dormers with 1 window, which is more similar to the original. The other aspects that you're already aware of is the fact that we're raising this entire structure by 1 foot, which Don Bracken will speak to. And then, of course, we're asking for the widow's walk as well. The second floor, just to remind you, the second floor exterior deck over the front door was previously approved in a very similar manner to this, which is why we actually moved forward with this idea.
So that's the south elevation. On the east elevation, I think the south changes are sort of reflected. There's no significant changes from a massing standpoint or window and door standpoint. On the north elevation, on the main mass, third floor dormer, we try to more sensitively address the windows in a manner that was more in keeping with what might be nearby. And that was the only additional revision we did on that side. On the west elevation, yeah, we shortened the second floor deck on the addition. That's pretty much it. I think in addition to what we already considered, you want to speak to raising the building?
Say something about the raising, yeah, sure. I mean, I was looking at the proposed first floor versus the existing. Not really raising it that much.
No, that's correct. For the record, Don Bracken from Bracken Engineering. Because the structure, the amount of work is going to require to comply with the floodplain requirements under the building code and FEMA. The building code requires us to add 1 foot to the flood elevation on the maps. So in this case, the flood elevation is 7. So the actual flood zone for design purposes is therefore elevation 8.
Correct.
And right now, the first floor is just above that at 8.1. But it still won't comply to keep the first floor there because the existing first floor is not floodplain doesn't meet the floodplain requirements because it's not flood resistant.
Right.
The whole floor would have to be structurally changed in order to anchor it down. You'd need pressure treated. You couldn't use it for, electricity or ductwork or anything else unless it was made waterproof. And FEMA, strongly encourages communities to get the floor system out of the flood zone. And most of the new construction projects that we do these days, we typically will set the top of the foundation at the flood zone plus the 1 foot that's required to keep the floor system out of it because of all the complications in order to comply with the floor system in the flood zone.
So net, you're raising the finished floor 1 foot above what it is right now.
Exactly. So the
Okay.
entire structure will be 1 foot higher.
So just so that everyone understands what Don is conveying here. Theoretically, the current first floor would meet the floodplain regulations, but the existing framing that's holding up that floor does not. And so you have 2 choices. One, you raise the framing up so that it's outside of the FEMA flood zone, or you tear the whole floor out and you redo the whole floor. And I think that this board hopefully would be more interested in keeping the existing framing than ripping out the whole first floor and starting from scratch for the additional 1 foot that's being added to the height.
Is this
Also,
a historic house?
Yeah.
In addition to that as well, we know that the maps are probably going to increase.
They're gonna change,
If they're going to
yeah,
get
another 2
higher,
years.
probably closer than what we think.
Yeah, it's
you know,
ridiculous.
Okay,
So.
well, thank you, Don. I think that's informative. Linda?
Actually, that is always addressed in the previous file, and we have a hard copy in front of you. In the previous file, the entire, John, I don't even have most of it right there.
It's telling me nothing.
The previous submission, we've been here twice now. and It's taken us about 6 weeks to get back here.
And we know that on
yeah,
every
painfully.
application. So you
Painfully
don't
so.
need to remind us.
Painfully so. there's a very large packet. I delivered it to everybody.
We have
was
it
too
right
big
here.
to email, and it was too big to actually download. It showed all the history of this lot and this house. The two at the other end of the street were there long before anybody else was there. Two things have disappeared off that street and been rebuilt, including the one directly to our west that left and came back with a totally different house. There was another smaller house that left and a different structure came back. And as you can tell from the aerials I just gave you, there's a pretty much of a schematic between 1938, 56, 75, and on up to the present. And you can see that the original houses in 1938 were simple squares. And if you look at today's, hardly, along with the two that disappeared and came back. So I don't think what we're doing, and we were pretty sensitive to the house. We wanted to keep it pretty much intact. Not just because it was Stiller and Mira's house. And we addressed everything that you asked us before. And we're not really trying to destroy this house. Let's put it that way. A lot of the other additions, especially at 2 down the street, have obliterated a lot of what the original house was. The next one was changed and raised out of the ground. The first one was raised out of the ground. And as you know, down on Brant Point, you've allowed several of these 1920s structures to come up further out of the ground. Some of them are at 9, I believe, done, are in a velocity zone as opposed to the A zone, but they rezoned the entire Brant Point area to the A zone and the velocity zone, correct? Not that long ago when they redid the flood maps, 5 or 6 years ago, I guess. So we'd like an approval, or we'd like it through staff if there's any other questions, but nothing we're doing to the house is harmful to it or takes away the charm of the house. And we left the dormers, the 2 dormers in the front, which were not part of the original structure. They were added some other time. The porch was added some other time. Some of the stuff in the back was not part of the original structure. So all 4 sides of the structure have changed since it was built in the 1920s. So it is not pre 1900 like the first 2 houses on the street, 2 and 4, I think. And this was actually the last house built on Harbor View by some years. And I just want to remind you that it's immediately adjacent to the White Elephant. Hard to miss it.
Oh, sorry.
Can't forget me and it's.
Can't forget you.
So first of all, want to remind the commission, this is 1930s structure. Obviously, it was owned by the Stiller. In your flood area, this also should comply with your recently adopted Nantucket design adaptation, which follows the National Park Service's recommendations for flooding adaptation measures in national historic districts. So I do appreciate the 1 foot above for DFE. That is, and I quote, that our recently adopted design guidelines, the Nantucket and the Size Council Historic Districts are also have a design flood elevation and regulatory flood protection elevation, which is 1 foot above the BFE. So thank you for that. I do also want to mention that this structure seems, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the action of just raising it 1 foot, you're not hindering the basement at all. You're not meeting that 50% compliance criteria, and you would be typically exempt under the building code for that substantial improvements, correct? And if that's the case, you would be also requesting a COA for a historic determination, so you can be exempt from that part of the building code, and that's what would be recommended. Wanted to put that on the table. So basically, at the end of the day, the proposed elevation seems to comply with our design guidelines. However, I do have some substantial comments from each side, not as many as last time. So they reviewed this on June 7th. The increase in height and addition of the roof walk make this house seem very multi-layered and tall. Eliminating the roof walk would help considerably. The shed dormer and the side addition is not very appealing. Changing to a gable dormer might improve the look. No other house in the street has two decks facing the road. Eliminate the smaller deck. Pitch of the lower shed roof on the front should be a 4 pitch to match the other one next to it. The front door and door casing should be made more attractive instead of a 9-length door. These additions obliterate this 1930 structure too much and change the expansion and partly out of scale with this historic structure. Those are the comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Holly, thanks. Thanks a lot. Oh, yeah. You want to start?
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
I agree with Assad for the roof walk. I'm going back on these pictures as well as we can, but there's quite a few of them. I don't see a roof walk on here. I see a double chimney and a clear roof that gives it some simplicity. I think that we need to make the house on Harborview Way, particularly one that's been there for some length of time, as simple as possible. The front, the existing front, I think is just too busy. I like that, as you say, the roof off the roof. I would like the stairs have been moved to only one side. And I would wonder about the bed dormer over on the left-hand side to bring it in so it was not the same amount of windows that the first floor has. I think that to me, the house would be much more attractive and more as it was, being more simple. Now that's it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you say for now, that's it?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you, Diane. John, are you ready?
Yes. It's complicated to look at, but number one question. Mentions is the lift. Where is the lift?
Yeah.
Where is the lift?
John is referring to the description on this says, oh, no, John. The lift refers to the fact that they're lifting the house up because of the floodplain. They're raising the existing, this is still in Mira's house.
Right.
And they're raising the house floor level up 1 foot because of the floodplain. That's the lift.
And that's what the lift is. The structure that's finished here is 35 feet tall, am I correct?
It's labeled as 35.
Yeah.
Okay. Just say 35. Yes, 35.
It's less than 35.
Okay,
but-
35 feet.
My question is, we've had a policy for years. No structures over 30 feet.
Except in a floodplain.
Yeah, so the floodplain, they've changed that because of the floodplain down in Branch
Yeah,
Point.
I understand.
Okay, no, just saying. Go ahead.
Yeah. Another question.
Can I just point out one thing on that, Sean? The 35-foot thing?
Uh,
I'm just gonna say one thing. They're raising the building 1 foot, which means that the existing building is 34 feet high. So it's well over the current zoning allowable.
Yeah. Well, I was careful on this one myself.
It was built before the HTC.
Correct.
Mhm.
The,
Nobody knew what they
Fake
were
chimney,
doing.
what's a
Right.
fake chimney?
They did it right. They didn't know.
What's fake? I'm sorry, no, louder, please. It's fake. Is it metal, is it steel, is it wood?
It would be a brick veneer on the outside.
Brick, John. Brick. Brick.
Brick.
Yeah, it's just not a real chimney. It's one that they just put on the roof.
Okay.
But it's brick.
Where does it describe it? As brick.
Oh.
Small things that I've seen, I've been doing it for years.
Well, you labeled it as fake. That's not working in your favor. At least use the word faux, and that, you know, that would get you more mileage.
Good
Oh,
grief.
Okay, can we all agree that the chimney is brick? Brick, John. And it's not labeled here, but I think we can make that in, get that in the motion. or whatever.
Can we make sure that it is labeled?
Yeah, yes, we certainly can.
Right. And this is all lattice brick.
Correct.
Okay. Where is the front door?
Mm-hmm.
Right there.
Okay, now, from what it says, it had a welcome stairway.
Yes, it did.
You took one half off.
Correct. I think HSAB did not like the friendship stair.
Right. You guys didn't like it either.
Yes, we just want to.
That's the exterior portion.
Taking this away.
The other half, yeah.
Was this there before?
No, that's what that current house has, one staircase. That was the last time we reviewed it, and we didn't like that.
Cagey about this. Thank you.
All right, thank you, John. Let's see. Stephen, and then I'll get to you.
Sure, thanks, Mr. Chair. So I do appreciate the changes with respect to the dormer, south elevation, lowering that heat. I agree with a lot of the comments HSAB made, and I'm just trying to reconcile what would make it more appropriate, without just nibbling around the edges. On the nibbling around the edges, I think on your south elevation, the secondary mass, although it's contrary to our 412 pitch, I think the leftmost mass, that roof over the 3 windows, needs to be a 512 to correspond with the front primary mass roof, which will raise your roof line connection at the wall more consistent, and it will from the side view, which is a visible element if you're looking at the west, right? Yeah, the west, that'll be more congruent, less disjointed in terms of how the roof pitch relates to the sidewall rail, if the sidewall rail is retained. I think for me, what's difficult is reconciling the west elevation, which I think tells a more appropriate and truer story of how the masses will relate to one another, the masses in the primary and secondary, versus the south elevation, which makes it look much more massive and robust. And by robust, I mean, if you look at the south elevation existing, it's more, I call it slender, but it's, no, a different structure. Yeah. I think, I don't know if it would make, I know in your program, your floor plan programs, if you were to reduce the width of the addition by a foot or so, it reads in your program without affecting the interior space with all your bathrooms, so retaining your master bed layout, your night table. But I'm hesitant to suggest it because I don't know if it's significant enough to make the difference in how the structures, for the presentation of the structure, the new structure in the addition on the south elevation. If making the addition, which is the secondary mass, 1 foot less wide, reducing it by 1 foot would make enough of a difference. I think it might. That in combination with changing the roof mass of the first floor that I mentioned earlier. And then I didn't see an application, so some busy in the office sometimes they get this in the packet. So I'd like to get I'd like to have that added to what we received. And I'd like to get some clarification on the treatment at the lift. What materials are being proposed? It looks like a lattice. And then is this going to be a trimmed wood columns, or are these gonna be brick piers? If they're brick, what are the materials? Because I think that those materials are gonna make a big difference in the presentation of the structure and how it reads overall, including the comments I just, with respect to the items I just mentioned.
I think John should probably answer that because the new addition is gonna be on piers. The existing is still gonna maintain, I believe, its foundation. If we can get it from
No.
What
I
will
think
the
it's on
finishes be?
piers.
Yeah,
What I-
what's this?
Well,
What are these?
if you look around to the side, it's actually, it's a concrete block that's natural. I don't know how to explain it. I've never seen one before. It's kind of naturalized. It's chamfered. It's kind of chamfered. And stuff.
One of those rusticated
Yeah.
concrete blocks from the 30s?
Yeah, here,
Rusticated block.
if you look
Yeah,
at the,
That was a 30s phenomenon. My house has it.
on one of the sides, you can see it on
So
that
those will be
page.
piers of this somewhat chiseled base, CMUs.
That was my thought.
And then, is this a square lattice or is this a galvanized wire? I'm not suggesting it's galvanized wire, but it's hard to tell what it is.
I think it was, there used to be a natural lattice, which is what's currently there now.
Okay.
Main house.
Is that to me makes a big difference in presentation. And then the other, and I hate to go right to colors, but colors I do think too will make a big difference. What are the proposed trim colors? And window and sash, casings and sash.
You have the application page. I can turn everything white.
We look at it's white
The
now.
colors,
What colors?
trim
Yeah.
colors.
Trim is white, sash is white, door is white, foundation gray. Yeah, it's white now.
I hope I was clear on my prior comments. I was struggling with it myself when I was talking. Yeah. Yeah, the perspective drawing.
The one that's top left, it shows how that addition does recede to the rear and really does leave my thought was pretty prominent with the old mass. It's sort of. It's more than the 2 feet that you normally. Require for- Set back fairly far, but Stephen, if you want us to reduce the width.
No, I actually,
And
I meant
that's-
the width of the addition overall, and I wasn't suggesting that that is a hard and fast belief on my part is appropriate. I'm wondering, however, though, if you were to model it and see if it makes a material difference in the presentation.
Well, I can ask my client if it's acceptable. I think if you look at this drawing, if you look at that drawing, imagine that edge moved in.
I cannot, I literally cannot visualize things and
Okay.
it has to be in front of me.
See, look at the footprint
Hang on.
up there, that's a lot. You didn't sort of visualize what we're talking.
No, that's it. Okay, more than enough, thank you.
Yeah.
I actually was gonna ask for that addition to be more than a foot, like 2 feet, because I think it, at least on the flat, looking at it, and we just can't, this was just discussed at the
I
prior
thought so.
application. The addition is 18 feet. And the existing house is, 28, there's only a 10-foot difference. It seems to me if it was just a little less wide, it would appear more additive. And the dormer, if it came in and maybe there was just 2 doors
Which one?
on the additive mass,
Oh, yeah.
it wouldn't overwhelm the existing structure. I do appreciate going back to 1 window. However, those being as wide as they are, I'm not sure they don't still overwhelm what's down below them, which is the 2 existing, I think those are doors, number 4s on the 2nd floor. Yeah. And I think that the roof walk should be maybe a little smaller and no skirt. Yeah, but it's, I'm not sure I even like it on this house or it's
The roof
appropriate. So to me, anything to sort of mitigate it um, would help. But I think all in all, it's a good application. It's appropriate. Linda, stop.
Yeah, let's try this. Oh, skirt in the back and not in the front?
I just don't think it's appropriate for the addition to be all the way to the setback line either.
Well, okay. She was talking about the roof walk.
Okay.
She was talking about having a skirt in the back because they're obviously trying to get a way up there that's concealed. And so she wonders whether if we got rid of the skirt on the south elevation, the front elevation, and left it on the back, whether that would.
Getting rid of the roof walk altogether.
Well, I'm not loving it.
Yeah, me either.
So I'd like to see it without it.
Maybe that's something you come back for.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So that's my comments, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
thanks. So the roof walk is my major issue. Smaller, sparer, or not at all. And it sounds like the rest of the board members are going to need to accommodate in one way or another. Hopefully we're taking notes.
Motion to hold for revisions.
Okay, sounds good. On the motion, Diane,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Stephen.
Not that many, just
Yeah, I mean,
Minor.
we are, from what I can judge, talking about some minor revisions.
well, these Linda gave us.
Yeah.
Okay,
Right. No, you gave us these the first time. No, I brought them. I brought them.
11D.
There was
Yeah.
3 packets of them.
Right, where's the third one?
I don't know.
Okay,
Kathy
thank
took
you.
it.
I'm looking at it right here.
Okay. So we're on the rotation. And Carrie, where'd you go? Oh, there you are. Since you didn't sit on the last one, you want to sit on this one? Okay, good.
Sorry.
Folks, we're on new business, so, fresh board on all these ones. Okay,
He's here.
he's here. Let's go, Ethan, tell us what you got.
New house. An empty lot. And it's put in that location. Is this on?
I am gonna sit off this, Mr. Chair.
Oh, you are? Okay,
Mhm.
so where's Stephen?
Did he just leave? Okay.
Oh, poof.
Want me to get them?
Could you? See, he didn't think that he was gonna have to sit on this, but I want to find the rest of the board, you're gonna need him. Shucks. Val sitting off, so we need you.
I'm just turning pages for Diane. Open her up. Ginormous.
Okay. Did you say your whole thing?
Yeah, it's a new house.
New
I put- oh,
house.
The only reason I put it in that location is because in the middle, there's a septic field. If you look, it's not drawn there, but it's on the surveyor's plan. It's kind of in the middle, top of the site plan. It's the only place where they put the septic is the
Okay.
wells.
You mean why it's justified over to D Street as opposed to sort of in the middle of the lot?
Yeah.
Okay. So. Now. Yeah, automatic advisory here. It says 7D Street comments above. Oh, gosh. 23.5 plus or minus 6 inches. What is it? What is chimney made out of? Not on application. Is that all you have on this?
No,
This is rather vague. Oh, I see. It's all, no, I'm
It's
sorry.
typed,
Oh,
it's
It's
typed.
all typed.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I just was looking for the handprint. Okay, north elevation, unbalanced fenestration. Second floor sliders out of scale for elevation. Deck enclosure height not shown and scuppers not shown. East elevation, ungang, second floor dormer windows, scuppers not shown. Deck too deep and long, no basement plan. West elevation, no access is shown into HVAC area. Vertical cladding is not consistent with neighborhood context. South elevation, 5 casement windows out of scale, context with old Nantucket area. Deck exceeds 8 feet in depth. Other plans do not show dimensions. Old Nantucket should remain low. Simpler cottage style dwellings out of scale with the neighborhood. Height, massing, width. Height is not clearly noted. Photographs are not descriptive of view from the abutting streets. Suggestive view. Application says main house. What else is being proposed, I'm sorry. Structure appears to fill the lot with the width. No additive, that's not even remotely true. No real additive massing. First floor deck appears to be too massive. Symmetry of the wings is atypical of structures in the neighborhood. The length across the street frontage is atypical. Okay, so that's Nantucket advisory. I can pass this around for those of you that didn't catch all that. And I believe that there's somebody in the room who wants to speak on the application. Is that true? All right, so do you know what we do here? There's the microphone. You just go your name for the record and where you live.
Mary Chalk, 7D Street.
Thank you.
My comments might be on that page,
Oh,
but I
actually,
just wanted
yeah.
to be here because I read them. I didn't think they really represented me. And I want to emphasize some things.
Okay.
I'm not, while I love my view and I really appreciate it, it mentioned on the page that I was bringing that issue, but I'm not bringing the issue to the HDC about my view. I don't think it's appropriate, whether I lose my view or not. But what I do want to emphasize is, here, I'll read what I wrote. The neighborhood between Washington Avenue and the creek of little shell or dirt roads is even more quaint and unique in its charm than other parts of Old Nantucket. The structures are unified in their asymmetry, and they are sited on their lots in a scattered fashion. Walking the small shell roads in this neighborhood, one cannot find a house whose front spans the width of the property like this one does, with this symmetry of the one-story wings, I call them, on each side of the two-story main house. Nor is that continuous row of the 5 casement windows something you see in this part of our neighborhood. Though it is normal in typical suburbia, even on Washington Avenue, it is not in this part, and it will stick out like a sore thumb. Even the large new builds directly on the creek are not situated or symmetrical in this way. As far as the septic goes, and it being in the middle of the property, and that they say they had to put it there because of septic separation issues. It's too close to my well. They have to get a 27-foot variance, and I know that this is not an HDC issue, but it is something I'm pursuing because 27 feet variance as it encroaches in my well protection zone is significant. So, and I haven't gotten a really good answer as to why they couldn't push it to the west part of the lot, like all of our adjacent septics are. So I am pursuing that. So, thank you.
Can I ask you a question? Sorry.
Mhm.
I think you mentioned a 5-gang window.
A row of 5 windows, the casement windows. Is that correct? The first floor windows.
Oh, okay, so they're not gang windows, and they're also not casement windows. They're
Okay.
double pane windows. Okay.
Okay, but just, that they're all the same, I guess, in a row like that. It's not something you see in this area of the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
Okay. Let's start.
Oh, Mr. Chair.
No, Ethan wants to start. No, what are you
The
doing?
only comment that,
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
the chimney's real. The
Oh, they
Maddox Advisory
questioned
Board were
whether it
asking those
was?
questions.
Okay,
It's a real fire.
thank you for the clarification. Okay, go ahead, Steve.
Right, so I spent a bit of time out here. I think I understand the neighbors' comments with respect to the normalization of the windows. I think that will be mitigated to the extent by the depth of the differences between the structures, which doesn't really show in the west elevation very well. But I don't disagree that those windows to the right on the secondary mass being slightly different. Nantucket windows aren't all the same unless it's a more formal structure. Some on Nantucket Road. This area is more quirky. So I think you have license and you're pretty good with that type of thing. So I think I would suggest you take that into consideration. Otherwise, I think with the exception for maybe needing to look at the plan view of the second floor deck. The structure overall is appropriate. The width is a little bit of a concern, but the massing, the sense of additive massing, I think is very appropriate. And the deck space on the second floor, I think could be brought in a little bit in both directions. And, but I don't think dramatically. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Carrie? Yeah.
I don't see the symmetry in this building. I think it's a really cute little building that, I know this is cute, but it's got a lot of added pieces that feel very inadequate to me. It's 22.65, which is pretty amazing for the main dwelling. I agree with Stephen about the windows, maybe on the right mass, they just reduce a tiny bit. So they don't read as long mess, but again, it's a flat drawing, it's a 3D building. And I also agree with the second floor deck. I think maybe there could be 2 small decks, one off each side rather than a big wraparound, because that does make it seem, for lack of a better description, like a tugboat on that east elevation.
Yeah.
And while that's a cool image, maybe it shouldn't be done by use of such second floor decks, but I appreciate the scale of this building.
Okay, thank you. John? Comments?
South elevation.
Yep.
And the 9 light first floor. And it's described. One is a casement, and one is a awning. And the 6 light awning and the 9 light casement.
Yeah, so the 6 lights are on the east elevation.
Sorry.
The 6 lights are on the east elevation. The D windows.
Now look at the description.
And then there's a 9 like.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. I think that they more or less, unless the double hang, they should match the house, the rest of the house. Yeah. Okay, you go tell him.
Okay,
I'm coming that.
all right. Thank you, John. Dan?
Yeah, I was wondering on the west elevation, if those last two windows over to the right were made one size smaller than the other three, it would make some difference in the perspective as you look at it. And I guess you could do the same thing on the east, taking them in. You got a whole mismatch of windows on the east elevation and things. Ethan, what's the here, come look. What are those two?
Outdoor shower air conditioners.
Air conditioners, and there?
That's the bathroom. So if you go to the floor plan. Take a shower, go right into the bathroom.
Oh, okay.
And the air
And
conditioners.
there's the air conditioner. All right. So I think reducing those two sets of windows on the east and the west might break up the facade, so it looks more additive on to it.
Which two windows, Diane?
On the east elevation.
Yeah,
First floor
yes.
to the right, the A
Oh,
windows.
the A windows, okay.
And the same thing up above on the west
On the
elevation.
west, also the ones on the right, correct?
Yeah, it would give you a feeling of additive massing there. And I agree with what everybody said about reducing the size of the porch. Because D Street in the area is sort of they come by as you do, but that's quite an extensive porch. Other than that, I appreciate the height and all the rest of it. I just think those two windows might be helped by being reduced by one.
Okay, thanks, Diane. My only issue is the tugboat deck on the second floor, and I thought I saw you nodding, yeah, with the two deck thing, I think
I'll
would
do
be
the two
very
deck thing and I'll reduce
successful.
the windows.
You know, have one deck on the east that's centered on your dormer. And the second deck on the north would be, I guess, centered somehow on those double doors.
Yeah, I can do that.
And then you would be able to see the hip rafter going up from the porch at the corner.
Right.
And so, Ethan, it also sounded like you were amenable to this idea of changing those A windows on the right-hand side of the west elevation to the next size down.
Yeah, the next, like you see on the.
And he said on
Make it
on the east and the west both. he said.
Yeah, so the east elevation, the A windows would go to the same smaller size.
So could we make a motion to approve through staff?
Sounds like that would probably work.
Mr. Chair, I'd
Yes.
like to get a clarification before we do that.
Yeah.
Nantucket, I've got COVID haze here, I guess. SPL. Yeah. This is in the old historic, the historic Nantucket. Yeah.
I'll say just did next door, 16th Street, I got Anderson windows.
I don't think they
Was that a
hold to
policy
that.
or was that an oversight?
No, you know what so the whole TDL thing first of all, there were only two historic districts, you know, downtown Nantucket and downtown Sconset. And because of the old housing stock there, that was like applied to that. But I don't think that rule carried over when the Nantucket downtown. Oh, say it, Terry, go.
I think it did.
I think what happens in Nantucket mostly is if the house has TDLs, they try to keep them TDLs.
Yeah.
If they don't, they get SDLs, and this is a new structure.
It is a new
So I think as long as they're like wood clad and then, but even then, the house that my brother built on the street. I think those are brand flat.
The house is gray with red cedar roof and onyx black type window sashes.
Oh,
Yes.
Well, that's, you know.
The Onyx Black did it for me.
All right.
It's
Okay,
not
I
a
just
whole
wanted to get
house,
some
but
clarity, that's all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Don't recall it being a big issue. Okay, so,
Make a motion?
yeah,
Have a motion.
Just to clarify, motion to approve with the two A windows on the right side of the front west elevation down
And
to size B.
yes,
The next size down.
correct.
And then the long wraparound deck divided into two, centered on the doors that are there and dormer that's there.
And the A windows on the right-hand side of the east elevation also be windows.
Oh, okay, that too.
Okay. And that was your motion, right, Diane?
Yes.
Okay, so on the motion, Carrie,
Aye.
Stephen, John,
Aye.
on your motion, Diane,
Hi.
and I'm in favor. Motion carries. Thank you very much. We didn't actually need to do that roll thing. Okay.
I'm gonna take my break now, Mr. Chair.
Okay, yeah. And Val's back.
Yeah,
Do you have someone representing this one? Oh, hi. So, anything you want to tell us about this?
Yeah, pretty straightforward, I think, out of Richmond.
Okay, yeah,
Duplex, we actually took, Nantucket Historical Association, took the duplex, not in the same area, but over on Ballard Road.
oh, yeah.
To me, it was the next duplexes.
but it has a porch.
Kind of copied that.
Okay,
Hopefully it will be pretty cool.
okay, good. So it's in Richmondville.
Which, by the way, has no setbacks, just so you know. Make them up. Seriously,
Kidding?
No.
How's that possible?
it is
That's so
possible.
weird.
Yeah.
That's very, very interesting. Okay, so this is basically the same modular that we've seen on Bartlett for Rancho.
Yeah, but that one has a porch.
Okay.
Hey, Karsten, how do you get to the parking in the back?
There's a little way back there.
Oh, so you access it from the back.
Yeah.
You don't come off of that main road.
That's correct.
Uh-huh,
Another thing that keeps changing over there.
that's funny.
Yeah. Oh, the lot lines, the access. the whole-
Express.
It's over in Richmond.
Oh, that's it.
I see. Okay.
What you got?
So what they've been doing, and I only know this because I have some coming up tonight, is they're adding these like easements. So that there's parking back here because these. are
John, do you have anything to say on this application?
Space per bedroom.
Yes,
Go ahead.
There's probably needed
north
six.
elevation,
They do
and
need
the
six. but there's gonna be-
south elevation,
Yeah.
you have louvers and gable,
Yeah.
it's made out of wood. That's all I gotta say.
All right, fair
I
enough.
think the house fits in with that.
Good, thank you. Carrie?
It's a simple structure. It's obviously very useful. In a neighborhood that's full of this type of structure.
That
do-
it is.
I do want to know that the AC units on the site plan that are facing the parking, the little way that will be.
On the
built
north.
On the north will be fenced in, and that's just a given of what we require. because that will be a public way now, right?
Yes. So it seems.
Um,
That
It
it?
could, it could use a little porch roof or two from
Mm.
the back, but, that, it's not amazing, right?
All right. Thank you, Karen. Now,
Yeah, I mean, I think it is typical of what's going out there. It'd be nice to have a porch, but then again, it doesn't really matter.
It's painted different colors.
Right.
is
So when
that
you
it?
come home drunk, remember which one. it is.
Oh, yeah, right. It's good to know.
Yeah, what are the colors?
Green, HTC approved green, and Fox Hollow gray roof.
The green is for the trim?
The sash and the doors, the trim is natural.
Oh, okay.
And what's the Fox Hollow?
Is the,
Gray.
that's the shingle.
What's that brand though?
It's gas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The new one should go
I think
in.
that's on the approved list.
Okay,
Yeah.
Yeah.
gotcha.
Great.
Yeah,
Natural gray.
So natural to weather with green sash and green doors. Diane,
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of them over there
mm-hmm.
and they all fit the same house, shape, form. I don't see any place. If there, oh, there it is over there. I don't know whether you want this to break up that facade, putting a little roof over that door or something to give it some interest.
which
Other than that-
elevation, Diane?
But
Which elevation did you
it
mean?
is, what elevation? is that, say?
That's the rear, the
It's
north
the north elevation.
over that.
Just a little covering when they go in. And it's raining out.
That's the one facing the parking lot, right?
Yeah. It'll probably be more used. But there's no other place to put anything, so
Okay,
that's
what do we
just,
think? Are we adding a porch roof or not?
On the rear, I'm not so concerned about that.
Okay.
Could we make that door a 4 light to match the windows? Kirsten, you know,
Okay,
just
then.
like 4 panes?
It would- Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
To approve as submitted with Valerie's comment.
And yours. So the motion that John just made is to approve it with a through staff with a 4 light door on the north elevation and wood louvers in the gable ends. That's the motion.
And to screen the AC units.
Oh, and to screen the AC units, okay? So all through staff, all those in favor?
I
Aye. Anybody opposed? Don't think so. Okay, thank you.
that Diane.
That on the.
That glass.
That one.
That's-
See how it's just one piece of glass?
Oh, you want full light on top?
No,
Little-
just so it
little
looks
cross.
like the window.
Yeah,
I got you.
okay. Thank you. All right, 13 Monomoy. Oh, yeah, I remember seeing something about this. So do we have somebody to represent this?
You didn't vote on that one?
Is that yours, Ben?
From the one on the D Street one?
D Street,
I wasn't.
John was on it.
No, 11 B Street.
You need to sign
I'm sorry, Ben, are
did
you
you want a
representing
fence
it?
at the, around the AC or what?
Just screen
Okay,
it
so then
somehow.
who's, nobody?
What?
No one's representing this Monomoy as-built fence. All right, I'm just gonna take a gander at this. Oh, yes, I do remember seeing this.
Well,
But, I hate to move forward without,
I know.
okay, should we hold for rep on this one?
Yeah,
folks?
because there's several fences circled,
Yeah. no, I think-
non-related.
I think that they're providing support for their fence. That's what they're doing. But I would love to have somebody walk us through this. So let's hold this for representation.
Motion to hold for representation.
Thank you. So the motion has been made to hold for representation. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Okay. Karen, you're up.
Another fabulous solar oxidation.
And it would only be visible from their lot. I mean, you can't see it from the public way. I think if you scroll down, you can see maybe up further, you'd see the street view.
So Karen,
It-
if I got this right, the dormers on the main mast are facing north, which is facing Quidnet Road. But you're saying it'd be invisible. I
Okay,
believe-
that's the view on the driveway there.
What?
That's the view up the driveway. You
Oh,
can't
okay.
see it from.
You're just
any-
saying that drive-in is so screened that you wouldn't see it from Quidnet.
Yeah, and that you're looking at the side of the house there, not the side, not the facade that has the solar.
Okay. That's all on the one. Shallow. All right, comments. Thank you, Karen.
I'll go.
Yes.
I think when we approved this first small section, it was because it was a secondary mass. This is the main mass on the front of the house. I realize you can't see it, but it's a wood roof. And it doesn't meet our guidelines, so I wouldn't be in favor of it.
Okay. Thank you.
Maybe if it was on the porch roof, which is even lower, it would be somewhat more acceptable, but it still is the front of the house.
I'll go.
Yeah, go ahead, Diane.
I agree with what Val said. It's contrary to all the new lines that we've been trying to follow on the front of the house. And there are other ways of going in. And at the moment, there's no particular guarantee that everything's going to remain the same in there. So I would like to see another proposal come up, not on the front of the house.
Okay, thank you, Diane. John?
I think it's approvable the way it is.
Okay, thank you.
So moved.
Hang on one sec. I just want to hear from Steve.
I'd like to get some clarification on the proprietor's road that's there. And how that affects our purview.
Which one, Mr. Chair? I'm familiar with this area.
Oh,
Maybe
okay,
I'll-
so Briar Patch Road you follow Briar Patch Road in,
Yeah,
it looks like what happens is one drive forks to the left to go to one
Right.
house. The other drive goes straight to go to this house, and then it breaks off sort of to the right as a dirt road, which is labeled as a proprietor's road, and it goes across property that I can't identify.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
where it says proprietors up there, I can assure you that that is not public land.
It's right here.
That is actually owned by my family, so.
Oh, so we're not invited out there. All right, well, that's helpful.
Yeah,
There you
that
go,
is-
Stephen.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I agree, it doesn't fit with our guidelines, but it is limited visibility if at all. So, I guess there's that. I am concerned about the wood roof and solar.
Just to clarify, we already have
Yeah, you
an
have an
array
array
up
on.
on that roof
Yeah.
to the right. And the new array would cover the whole dormer. The homeowners had the option of putting it on the lower porch roof, and they felt that it would be more visible to them.
I agree with that.
And so they didn't want it.
To them.
To them, but to
No,
any,
to
you
the
can't
public.
see any of it from the road.
Right, and just to clarify, I've never voted on this. So, I mean, to me, it doesn't matter if it was, I didn't vote on the prior approval.
Oh.
So the relevancy to me is not that it exists, because I don't necessarily, not saying I do or don't agree with it being there to begin with. I just want to be clear that I'm looking at this as a random application.
All right, well, my view is that I'd much rather see it on the dormer, which is the second floor dormer, like we can all see from this photograph here. You can't see what's on top of the second floor dormer, because it's shallow roof pitch high up in the air, as opposed to the porch roof, which, you know, if I were some feet away from this, I'd be able to see porch roof. So I agree with your clients about that one, 100%. I think that this is okay, given this lack of visibility. What would we like to do on this one?
are we going to ask for any plantings to cover the view? Because it says here the solar panels on the high dormer facing sideways when looking at the driveway will be barely or not at all visible from Briar Patch Road.
Okay, so Karen. Yeah. Is this the view from a public way? We're looking at the side of the building. And those, the array is gonna go on top of that dormer. So, you know, personally, I don't see, you could add more screening so that you couldn't see the side of the dormer, but you're not gonna see what's up there anyway. So, I mean, a tree would totally knock that out. Anyway. So Diane, you want to continue on that one?
Well, it's just, if you put in a tree or whatever, so it became not visible, not barely visible, and it's on the front of the building, it would give us some reason for applying the to the application, saying that they can have it, being that it's not visible.
You know what she's suggesting? Holly, could you scroll down just a little second? So there's a tree here. You just put a tree right there. Not gonna
Right.
see the side.
Right.
But what I'd like is a motion. Oh, you get a motion to approve? Okay, well, we'll see where that goes. Okay, so John has made a motion to approve as submitted. I should probably do roll call on this just because I think it's going to be.
That's the existing. Match the existing.
Oh, okay, so on the motion, Diane.
Yeah. No.
You're no, and Val
I'm a no, it doesn't meet our criteria.
and Stephen?
I'd ask that we reconsider the motion, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, okay.
John, you're forcing a no vote that prejudices the applicant when there are other solutions on the table. So I just want to be clear about that.
All right, so who wants to make a counter motion?
Diane had mentioned something about a tree. I don't know if that has any legs, but I just.
Sounds like it does. Diane, do you want to make a motion? on
I'll
that?
make a motion to approve through staff with a tree blocking the view of the
The
corner
side of the cheek of the dormer.
cheek of the dormer.
Yeah.
That's what I would say.
that's all that's going on. Obviously from a public way, okay? From Briar Patch. Okay, so that's Diane's motion. On that motion, Val.
No,
Okay, Stephen, on no. You're no too. Okay. John. Okay, John's in and I'm in. So that motion carries 3 in favor, 2 opposed. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Chip Webster.
hope the tree's planted.
Good evening, everyone. Testing. It's good to be back.
Oh, so Chip, I
Yes.
think we're gonna bounce this back to Carrie.
We just keep getting inappropriate applications. Good job. My niece just got engaged. I wish I didn't have any applications tonight. I'd be out of here.
Aw.
Just got a picture of it.
So Chip Webster on behalf of the applicant, and if we can start with the site plan, please. Okay, so, God, sorry about that. Scroll down a bit. So the structure is right there. It's at the bottom, so you can see it's really far back on the lot. It also, the topo lines drop off, so the visibility of the existing structure is super minimal. That's wetlands over there.
Is
in the
it this
crim-
one down at the bottom?
That one
or-
right there. Yeah. yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
It's labeled as existing.
It is existing. It is existing. That's what I'm saying. So
Oh,
this
I
is
see. You're just- you're
proposed
modifying.
revisions to the existing structure, correct? So it's non-historic. It was built in the 80s. It was renovated in the early 2000s. And now they would like to re-renovate it.
Okay.
So it's pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah. Comments, board.
I think given the visibility, what's proposed is appropriate with the exception of the hat, help me out here. Cupola. It seems like it's sticking up kind of far.
With the exception of the cupola.
Correct.
You're appropriate with the exception of the cupola.
Right. Did you
the
guys
cupola
see
is-
these? Do you
Yeah,
want
I
these?
saw them online.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
I actually think the cupola is appropriate on this building. It is a quirky little, thanky little building. It's not gonna be used anywhere, so I'm fine as is.
Okay, thank
That's a
you,
little
Carrie.
long.
Mhm.
Actually, John, you're on this.
Comment?
Yeah.
My comment is, anything is an improvement.
Okay. Diane, where are you on this?
I'm glad it's going to be improved. And is this, I was writing up the thing on the other, is the east elevation, which way is that?
The east elevation faces right into the wetlands. So,
Let's see,
Yeah.
north. So this way.
wait, a second. Let me make sure I get my labeling. Are you asking about the one that has the glass doors?
Right here.
Probably, yeah.
So it's
So that
probably won't
faces,
be
that's the
seen.
backside
Right.
facing into the
Yeah.
wetlands.
Otherwise it keeps shape, so I don't think, I guess you will see that east elevation with all the windows on it. And is that gable existing or is it you asking for it?
The
Here's the above is what's.
Yeah, so the,
Well, I
that
think
mass exists, yeah.
is a little large. I'd like to see it reduced down. You have a 2 over 2 or a 4 square window below it. I think that the window in there should at least be that small and bring it down in. It's almost a quarter of the size of the whole building. I'd like to see it come down a little bit, get a little narrower, follow the windows you have up there.
Okay. We're good, actually.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay, so do we want revisions on this guy?
No,
All right, somebody make a motion as is. All right. We'll see where that one goes. Okay, so the motion is to approve as submitted on that motion. John? You okay? You good? Okay, Diane?
Yep.
Val?
no cupola, so no.
Well, yeah, the cupola is in that motion, and I'll be in favor just because of that. 4 in favor, 1 opposed. And now
Thank
you're
you.
gonna get to go up next because apparently we're holding my application for 5 Sherburne, so.
All right.
Where's Kathy? Did Lisa do anything on this or? So. Okay, does somebody want to, Diane, would you mind sharing this?
Nope.
Okay, and the motion would be just to hold.
Right, we want to hold 5 Sherman Way until when? Until the 20th of July?
Is that when we haven't, that's our next meeting?
No.
Okay,
So, Johnny, I got a motion to hold 5 Sherman Way until the 20th of July. Yes,
He's good.
Steve,
Aye.
Carrie, Val,
aye.
and I'm an aye.
Thanks, guys. And Diane, would you mind sharing this next one too? Because I thought I was gonna have a bathroom break, which just got taken away from me.
The 10 Mayberry,
No, 90 Pocomo, still
90
Chip Webster.
Pocomo, okay.
Would you mind?
Pool and hardscape.
Okay, thanks a lot. I'll be back right after that.
Okay.
Are you ready?
I am ready. Chip
All right.
Webster on behalf of the applicant. Let's go back, please, to the site plan. And so this, you know, is the old Gamble House, which, as you know, has been moved and sort of de-whimsicalized, if there's such a word. There is an approved pool that's to the, how would this, okay, so it would be to the south of this, which is on, as viewed on this, on the right-hand side, if you go up right in there. So this is just proposed revisions to the pool and hardscape area, right where the cursor is. So there's really no visibility, but I'll turn it over to the board for questions and comments.
What do they want to do with the pool?
Do we
Well,
have any
the pool-
pictures?
Well, the pool is relocated slightly. Probably the most significant part of this is there's a pergola and a low stone wall. The pool would be completely invisible, but the stone wall that is proposed is being made from the stone that was on the site. There were stone walls before the house was moved and they were just disassembled. So it's the existing stone from the site.
Yeah.
It's about, I think it's 2 feet high or 2.5 feet high. And then there's a proposed natural to weather pergola, as you can see on this drawing, in that one side.
All right. I will start with.
Oh, I'm sorry, exterior fireplace. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Do we have any photos?
Do we have any photographs?
We don't, right now, it's just a big construction site. So there's probably no real good reference.
Well, the house is there, right?
House is there, yeah.
So it would just have been helpful because I haven't been out there. I don't remember what you can see and what you can't see.
Yeah.
So do you want to give it a shot and then say, that- or get pictures and hold until next
I
Tuesday?
hate to hold it. I just am aggravated because it would help. I'll see if I can see anything on Google Earth. Ask somebody
Okay.
else.
Let me get Carrie.
I'm pretty convinced this is not gonna be visible. The nature of the area, but also the nature of the scale of this house, is people will probably do a lot of landscaping. The fireplace, the outdoor fireplace is the thing that I think. Now, that's the sort of the mass that I would be concerned about, but even still, it's, 16 feet tall and it seems like it's behind the garage.
I was a no.
Yeah. Maybe just having a planting plan to show us that the street
Well-
edge is gonna be built up
Yeah.
again with lots of vegetation and screening.
We could,
Is
we
that
could add
house staying there?
that. What, the main house?
I have pictures.
So the house, it was moved. It was almost on the edge of the bluff. So it was moved back. That's already happened. And then that where the cursor is right now is a garage that is remaining.
You should be a realtor.
Yeah.
I'll show Diane. Diane. It's going in between here and here. Ooh, see that?
Yeah.
So, Chip, you're keeping most of the vegetation, correct?
Yes, in fact, there will be a lot more.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Pictures a million words. Okay, I'm good with it.
are you good with it?
And we'll just use our caveat. Can't see
Yeah.
it, time it.
Steve, are you, got something you'd like?
Thanks, Madam Chair. So Chip, it looks from looking at the drawings as though that 3-foot retaining wall is actually the depth of the pool and the patio is below the grade surrounding grade.
That is correct.
Okay, so I am definitely, it's appropriate for the area, even I think without additional landscaping, but I'm quite confident there will be additional landscaping. The fire, the chimney, I think is scale wise, it's, it's relatively, it's appropriately sized. I think it's fine. The 8-foot deer fence, I think is not significant enough in its scope to be a problem. It's for a very small garden area. And I think the spa is also obviously fine. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you, Johnny. You have something you'd like to say about this one?
I have no comment.
No problem. Okay, so can we get a motion on
Motion to approve is submitted.
plus
The caveat.
the caveat?
Yeah.
That-
No, not visible without inspection.
Right. Okay, and
Ever.
everybody's for that?
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Have a good evening.
Held in lots, held. Held.
Robbie, are you wrapping this?
Is there a Newman in the house?
Oh, come on. Are you kidding? It's number 8, yeah.
No, sir.
Well, after 5.
There's another Newman in there.
Okay, so there's no other Newman in the house?
I guess not.
Apparently so. All right, we need to hold this for wrap. So moved.
Oh, wrong Newman.
All right, so, that was your motion.
Yeah.
All right, all in favor
I,
to hold this for representation? That's this one. Anybody opposed to the motion to hold this for representation? All
no.
right, motion carries. Okay, so now, is there a different Newman around?
One that's present?
Much.
Which Newman did we have? We're gonna take any Newmans that are present in the room. Oh, Robbie.
Okay, you're stuck with me.
Okay. Okay. Let's see, 1, 2. So we're back to rotation. Okay, Carrie. Actually, so 4 applications by Robbie, but they're in different places, so you're gonna bounce back and forth a little bit. This one, 84 Cliff. Okay.
Okay. 84 Cliff.
The new dwelling. Okay. Can I ask you a question, Robbie?
Sure.
If I'm reading this correctly, there's an existing dwelling on the property.
Okay, so. Site plan.
Yeah.
Existing dwelling.
Yeah.
Is moving over into this corner lot.
And is that something that we've already approved?
It was approved a month or more ago.
Okay. So you
Over
have a-
here.
You have a blank site.
Okay.
I do.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Or it will be.
Okay. So this house is moving over here.
Right.
Yes.
There's a big one.
North is the front.
I think strip that house off its face.
Robbie, do you have anything that you want to tell us about this, or should we
I
just?
don't think I need to say anything quite yet.
Okay, I mean.
Now,
it-
there's
it
a
is-
presentation.
It is fairly self-explanatory. Okay, but now before we get to the board members, apparently there's somebody in the room who'd like to speak on this application. Okay, so what you want to do is you want to come up and just give your name and address for the record and tell us what's on your mind.
My name is Ron Newmans. I'm the abutter at 37 Pilgrim. I'm speaking on behalf of 2 other abutters, one at 39 and the other at 1 Kings Way.
Okay.
Couple of comments here. Hope they're relevant. I'm sure you'll tell me if they're not. I became aware of the house or the project about 3 months ago when the building site was completely deforested or devegetated or whatever. It was stripped bare of trees and everything else. So we saw everything in glaring reality. So now, as we look at this and the plan itself, I think number one, the rear perspective. And in that manner, we're concerned about the number of rear windows at in the dwelling because they appear excessive when compared with those on the other perspectives. And in relation to the fair height of the structure, this has potential for significant light pollution impacting myself, 39 Pilgrim and 1 Kings Way. Second comment would be on the structure height. How high is the proposed structure relative to the current one?
which will either be demolished or moved. And the reason I ask that question is because effectively this sits on a basin. And so if the basin is going to be filled in and the structure positioned on top of the fill, it could be much higher than it would be otherwise. So for us, the three of us who've read and looked at the plans, it isn't completely clear to us how high the structure will be. And if we know the difference between what's there currently, it could be 5 feet higher or 10 feet higher, we'd like to know that. That's a question that we have. Suitability of driveway. We understand that all new dwellings fronting cliff, maybe we're wrong, must have driveways where the owner can easily turn the car so that they can exit driving out on the cliff road as opposed to backing out on the cliff road. And I just ask that the committee be satisfied that this is accurate and functional. There are also some thoughts and concerns about fire hydrant and post boxes demarcation, but possibly not relevant to this lot, to the one adjacent, which will have, again, another structure on it at some point. So that's perhaps something future to come up. We do have concerns now that the property has been stripped of all vegetation about land drainage because there've been flooding issues there earlier. That's probably not in the purview of the group here. And then lastly, questions about timing. We're told that the activity would begin in August at the height of the season. Sensitive new owner might delay this until September. And the last request is a construction debris fence. Since the way the lot is right now, wind and rain blow debris on my property. They blow it onto 39. And we just think it's a considerate builder who would put up a debris fence. But starting with the windows and then kind of working down from there in terms of importance.
Okay, thank you for the comments. Now, just FYI, I'm sure you already know this, but drainage is not this board. Timing of construction, not this board.
Driveway.
It's my wish list.
Yeah, no, I hear you, but so we appreciate your comments, but you know, those aren't things that are within our scope. Thanks. But that does raise one issue for me, Robert.
Yes, sir.
And that is from the front of the house to the back of the house is a fairly substantial amount of grade change. I calculate like 5.5 to 6 feet of grade change from, you know, elevation 19 at the front down to elevation 13 at the back corner. So what?
You would be correct.
Yeah, so you're grading, I mean, your house is all built on one level plane, so we'd love to know what's going on with the grade.
If you look at the west elevation, see that the grade is taken into account.
Oh, okay, that would be good.
As part of preparing the lot, the two lots actually. The elevation 12 has been changed by 2 to 3 feet. This is in partnership with the owners of number 39 Covey Road.
Robbie, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but my west elevation basically shows more or less flat site. I mean, you know, maybe
2
No,
feet.
that's dropping down 3 feet. So I have a 6-foot grade change from 19 to 12 to 13 in the back. If you look at Dan Malloy's topo on the site plan.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at earlier.
Yeah, so we have approximately a 6-foot grade change from 19 at the street down to 13. at
I
the
agree
lowest
with
level.
that.
Okay.
Yes.
So that has in preparation with the neighbor at 39. They have begun to fill that because it was the lowest point along Cliff Road, so it was getting a lot of road runoff from both Pilgrim and Cliff Road.
Okay.
And of course, some internal. Okay, so.
Okay,
that
so
is-
these photographs that we see of the site, Phil has already been imported.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Dan has not gotten back to give us a new elevation for that, but it has been raised easily 3 feet. Okay, so
In the back, hopefully. Because to this gentleman's question earlier,
yes,
there's nothing here that tells us that you wouldn't continue necessarily to fill beyond the existing grade in the front.
I don't understand the question. We're going to keep. the
He was
grade-
asking whether you were going to basically mound the site.
No, we're not going to mount the site.
Well,
In the
hopefully
back,
not.
In the front, no, we are not.
Right.
Okay, to answer one of his questions, I believe the existing building there is a 27.4, 27.6.
Yeah,
The one in the photograph,
yeah.
our building is at 28.8,
Oh, ridge height.
ridge height.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so
Got that.
that's, we're not, of course, gonna be 5-10 feet above the existing.
Okay, so,
So we're working to street elevation, which is 20 at the left-hand corner, 18, 19 at the corner intersection of Pilgrim Road. Okay,
mhm,
so we're gonna work to a finished elevation of 19. Okay, we've already brought the grade up in the hollow in conjunction with the neighbor at 39. It's already been raised 3 feet. They put privet in. I haven't been over there in a couple of weeks, but I think they were going to spray on lawn to help with any erosion that's there. The house is rented. It is there through the summer, so any construction will not start until September or October. And we're gonna continue to work on the grading. However, I did indicate and show it in that west elevation, fairly accurate depiction of where we should end up. The backyard should end up around elevation 16, which is a 3-foot drop from Cliff Road.
okay, so what I'd like personally like to see is your existing grades dashed in on all 4 of the elevations versus what the proposed grade is.
Sure.
Dash line for the existing, solid line for the proposed.
Sure.
Okay, so other board members, yes, go ahead, John.
Yeah, all right, south elevation. The 4 rows under a pent roof.
Yep.
4, 6/1. Question is, basically, wrapped all wrapped in one picture. What type of fencing is being used here? The height of it doesn't seem as high enough.
So Robbie, what he's talking about is the fencing that keeps you from falling into the hole,
Yeah.
the light well hole, but it looks like what you have is a short fence on top of like a little bit of a retaining wall.
Exactly.
So,
It's a guardrail on top of the.
yeah, it's putting a guardrail on top of a retaining wall so that nobody can fall into that.
That was the question.
Yeah.
The other comment was north elevation in the front. Change that front door to a typical front door. Get away from the car.
Okay.
That's my question. Thank you.
Oh, thanks. Carrie, was it you?
Yeah,
Okay.
my comments are all on the rear as well, just that one gable piece coming out, the 3 windows at the top of it seem too top heavy. The 2 would be more appropriate and proportionate.
Mhm.
But I think the street elevation is great. I think the garage is a little very symmetrical main mass there, and the garage sort of larger, but I think that's just on paper. I think, you know, we'll see, we'll get the use of that main elevation. I think those are my only comments, although I don't see the 3 feet difference between here and there, but
No.
I think your request of the will give us a better.
Sure.
indication of that.
Yeah.
Okay, Carrie, thank you. Diane?
I think that window on the second floor is heavy. Could be reduced down to two. Next one coming up, there. This, yeah. Because of the other windows have been sort of spotty. On other elevations, on the east elevation. They're good, but all of a sudden you have a whole bunch. And then you have the ones down below, which you're going to see. You're going to see them at night. So I would like to see relief of some of the windows on that side. And
See the other side.
yeah, I think that one I don't mind. I think that is okay. The garage is good. I do think the front door needs. Yeah,
Because that's an indent. It's a,
set in, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it looks, actually, now that I see it up close, it looks all right. So anyway, that's it for, at this moment.
Okay, thanks. Val,
I'm trying to understand it. You know how I suffer with the grade change thing. There, so that, what's being said, correct me if I'm wrong, is there's no retaining anywhere?
no. Don't need it.
So it goes down and then goes up in the back.
Goes down, down, down. But what he's already done is he's leveled a lot of it off.
It goes down. and then
Can you
up.
do that?
Oh, it does?
Yeah.
It goes up in the
Yeah,
back.
it goes back up to 19 feet.
Oh, I'm
Back.
sorry, I stand corrected.
So.
Yeah.
That's
So
what he
does,
Low over there.
does the rear have to be elevated like that?
Where is? See, I think I'm correct with my topos that I indicated. There's each one of those steps along that west side, which is basically the only place where you will see the slope from. Proposed. Each one of those steps is a foot, so I'm going down 1, 2, 3, 4 feet to get to the back, which gets me to.
No, Robbie,
14, 15
I
feet.
totally. Here, come on. Yeah, approach the bench. Look at here. Okay, these are 1/4 inch scale drawings. I go low here. That is 2 feet, less than 2 feet.
Yeah, but my elevation is up here, so the sloping.
It's not sloping there, it's flat. This grade,
1, 2, 3.
you're less than 2
2,
feet.
3.
No, but these are not 1 foot. I'm measuring it, it's less than 2 feet. And,
Okay.
and
Yeah.
it's not a 3 feet differential, it's a 6 foot differential. So that's,
But we've already changed the grade. by
I
3
know,
feet.
but that's like,
let's
you
just
shouldn't
see
even
this on the
admit
elevation.
that.
We're spending a lot, that's all we need. Bud. I'll do it. Okay. Anything else, Val?
I got nothing to say,
All right.
because I
Let's get
don't
the
get
grade
it.
straightened out, and there were some commissioners who obviously wanted to see some changes to this. So how about we do a hold for revisions on this?
I'll make a motion to hold for revision.
Thank you, Diane. On that motion, Val, who's in favor? Anybody
I,
opposed?
no, but I have a question.
Go ahead.
Are you supposed to change the grade without asking?
Up to
Uh,
2 feet or up to 1.5
Yeah,
feet.
okay, that's a subject for debate that I can discuss with you after.
Okay,
No, it's an interesting, like I was talking to somebody about all the loopholes in town laws and so forth. That happens to be one of them.
There's one, we had a
Anyway,
lot of problem with out there on North Road.
yes.
A long time ago.
Yep, Yep, that was one spot where, okay, so Robbie, your hold for revisions and, take the board's comments into consideration and the grading thing, okay? But don't leave yet.
And then we have the
Okay,
next one.
because we got 6 topping lift, and this one is gonna be Stephen. Okay? Yeah. All these roads I've never even heard of. Hold for revision. Yeah. Okay. Addition garage. Is that what we got, Robbie? That's what it is. All right, addition garage. Proposed addition. Walk us through it.
That little shed there that is existing.
Yes.
So this is an addition to the shed.
It's a snout.
Okay.
Second floor, I believe the height is 24 feet.
24. It does kind of beg the question, like. It's like basically a new building that
With
you
the
just
snout.
kind of like attach the shed onto, right?
But the shed came first.
Okay, yeah, so there's the shed, and this is the building that's going around. Okay. Okay. All right, John has a comment or comments.
I comment the north elevation and the door there. Make a change in that, get that glass out of there, make it a.
That's your front door, right?
It was existing, I just want to move it around to the, for that elevation.
It's round stairway coming down.
I understand, and if
Yeah.
you please go take a
Any
site
portion of that, that's where there or above it visible from the speed of travel away.
Are the pictures?
Photographs attached to the front page.
Stairway, right?
Yeah, so he's saying. This is the road, there's your spiral back there. And this is the existing shed right
So.
You probably can't be seen.
Probably not. And solar is all in the back.
Probably gonna go.
Okay, Stephen?
Yeah, I think it's completely appropriate for the area and, it's starting a little design. And the only thing I would suggest, Robbie, is on the north as opposed to not a non-light is to make the number 1 door and the number 2 door more similar in some way.
Yeah, there's 4 different
Because
types
those
of
will be
doors.
visible, I think, from this up the driveway, right?
Yes.
So that would be the only comment I would have is, it's not so much that either is inappropriate, but if they were more similar in some way, I think they would be more appropriate. Those are my only comments.
The one door and the which door?
The 1 and 2, so the man door and the garage door is right most on the north elevation.
Yeah.
Those will be directly visible up the driveway.
Yes.
So
Okay.
if those were somehow more similar to one another, perhaps as opposed to a 2-panel, it would be a V roof. So a variety of things you could do. I'm not going to design it to do.
Okay. Match. Thanks, Stephen. Diane?
You say that all the solar is on the back, so it's not visible.
Yeah.
Thing. I don't have a problem with the staircase. Spiral staircase. We've had them before. We've approved them before.
Also looks invisible.
Right. So it's a large addition to a small shed, but I think it's very well done.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. Val?
I think my concern was identified by Stephen that there was so many different door types on the north, but can you put a couple more windows in this very wide dormer with one little window smack in the middle? Or make the
That's
dormer
do-
smaller?
That's the dormer on the north, right?
And that's what you
Oh,
would
yeah,
see.
Yeah, that's the front of the door.
Yeah.
You know what you know what she's saying?
Two or make it smaller?
He's gonna prefer to keep the space.
You know, so it looks like
So we have 2 total?
3.
I'd rather have the wall space.
Well.
It's
you can always
just
fake the window.
oversized for everything on that facade.
Yeah, sadly, she's correct. Just fake the window.
What if you just pulled some of the, well, that's not, sorry. You want 3, I'll put 3.
Okay.
Let's
All
look
right,
at it.
somebody want a motion?
Think we'll see the whole for revisions.
I think we can pass this.
You think we can pass it?
Yeah, I
to
think we
staff?
can. So the idea, it sounds like Robbie's gonna be amenable to doing 3
Fake
bay
windows.
windows on the north elevation
Right.
dormer, total of 3. And what are we doing with the so-called front door?
I would just say the motion would be to harmonize the doors 1, 2, and is the middle double door 3? I pulled it up my drawing.
Yeah, it is.
So just harmonize those 3 doors. The diamond shape with the V groove is out of the equation for me. It's
Yeah,
the
that's
other 3 doors.
existing.
And yeah, it's out of the equation, no issues. It's just to somehow harmonize these other 3 doors. Come up with a good solution, Rob, that's all.
What's up, Paul?
Include solar required except for ceiling.
So maybe the door on the right is more like the double door on the left. Or the.
Well,
non-white
so
door
somebody's
has-
gonna have to look at that and approve it. Staff
Yeah.
can't make that call.
Yeah, so Kathy, are you okay, like contacting one of us, just to make sure that?
Yeah.
That's good,
Yeah.
so we can work with that motion?
Yeah.
All right, so is that your motion? Okay, so on the motion, John. Okay. Windows here, change this door, change that door, that's a motion. Okay, so John's in, Val
I'm in.
and Diane.
In.
Okay, and Ray's in, and Steven's in on his motion. Motion carries. Okay, thanks for that. We're back to you, Carrie, on 14 West Street.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, so Holly, I want to address that one thing you said. See, usually the solar array is coming in after the house has already been designed. But when it's integrated in there like that, I think it's okay to approve it all as one thing. You don't necessarily, usually they're separate just because one occurs before the other one. Here, it's all part and parcel. So. Al, you just drop the marker.
Oh. Do I have 2?
Okay, so this is this a new commercial building? Oh. Yeah.
It's the old barbecue.
Okay, so this is going right there. Well, I'm actually glad that you broke out the rooftop solar array as a separate line item on this.
Yeah, no kidding. Holy moly.
That's gonna be an uphill climb for you, Frank. Nice job. Yeah.
No, this is across from, yeah.
And across the Stop Shop, across the street, Island Pharmacy.
Wow.
Island kitchen.
Yeah, well, it's the Downy place.
Is the Downy Flake moving over here?
Yeah.
That's a site.
Okay. Yeah.
Pleasant Street, West Street. Right,
Remember the
right.
Island Pharmacy is, remember, it used to be a breakfast place?
Yeah, it was
Solar
Jean's
panels.
Diner.
We're not talking about those yet.
Yeah.
Not talking about those yet.
Does the height
First time I
have to
ever
be
saw it.
30
Truck.
now or?
Yes. What is it?
It does?
I got it passed at town meeting.
I didn't-
Thank
I didn't
you.
know that.
Back to 30 unless you get a special permit.
What's that?
Oh, snap. Okay.
Yeah.
So there.
Some bell sauce on the end of that.
That's one.
I should check on that this afternoon. Val's right.
I would think as sponsor of the article, she would be right. She would know whether she was right or wrong. Okay, so I guess that's gonna need some
He can
attention.
just reduce a little height on the first floor.
Yeah, so, yeah, it looks tall.
Excuse me.
Who wants to start? Sorry.
I will.
Oh, wait, did you say you do?
Yeah, we just address that height issue right to begin with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just so we can have it, you guys can.
Yep.
On that, please. So, of course, we all know the previous height limitation there was 40, so, Rhinos would like to get as much headroom in that, or ceiling area in that first floor as possible. Of course, we realize that the zoning is now 30 feet without the special permit. We can, I believe, drop it down to 30, but if by chance the building may be approvable by you at proposed 33 or very close to it, they are willing to take it to zoning to see if they could get a special permit. Or we're happy, of course, to take that down.
Well, I have a question about that right off the bat. It has a mud block. But then on the front facade, we have 1, 2, 3 steps to the front door.
We don't have 3 steps, we have 2 steps up. Okay, we have 14-inch rate change from parking lot to finished floor for, of course, accessibility.
So what is the thing in front of it? That's a concrete pad? The main ridge goes to this nebulous line that is about 8 inches above where it says Pleasant Street.
This the curve in the street.
Yeah.
There's a step up from the street level. which
The
is
the
heavy.
lowest line down is the curve.
Okay.
It's not great.
No, the elevation.
A
mark would be
little bit
great.
up.
Okay,
Mark said that. That's the-
okay. The building in and of itself, I think, is okay. What you're not gonna like is I think she needs to move back and the parking closer to the street so that it's not right on the corner.
Okay. Anything else?
Well, yeah, I mean, that would assuage a huge amount of concern that I have, i.e. trees, and then the vision on the corner, coming around that corner. And then, of course, the solar panels on facing the road.
Right.
Yeah, that's a separate application. so
Yeah.
let's take
Right,
that
right,
off this
right, right,
discussion.
right.
Thanks, though. Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay, Diane.
Yeah, I have a problem because the parking in back, which 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 parking spaces. is that going to be directly behind the building before you get down to the big parking lot of Island Kitchen?
This isn't that corner.
No, this shares the driveway with the.
Community sailing.
Community sailing.
Yeah,
Right here.
over there.
That existing driveway is a shared right of way.
Okay, and their parking is in there, in back there.
Immediately to, their parking is in the back of the shed.
Okay, and then,
Parsons parking is on the lawn directly to the right.
yeah, I could
Right
see
there.
that. I think that I would like to see it move back and the parking perhaps part of budget or something or other.
Or this way.
Yeah,
At
or that
least.
way, and they come in 14 West Creek Road, they come into West Creek Road and come into it. What have you got any proposal? You have to, being I'm the one that can tell you. What handicap availability do you have for getting into the back of the building, either front, back, or sideways?
We have an inaccessible spot right there on the left-hand side. The sidewalk slopes. That's a 5-foot circle.
Oh,
The slope is retaining wall. See the wall that slopes from this? No? Yes. Okay, that slopes up at a 120 grade. There's the other 5-foot circle on the landing pad. That has a 7-inch step that brings us up to floor level. So
we don't
have
have that.
Huh?
We don't have that.
There you do.
Where?
We don't have a first floor plan.
Should, sheet number 2.
That's the second level plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, sheet 2 is second floor.
But it has an entry on it.
I think it's just mislabeled.
Second level may be that there's level 1.
Oh, like-
Okay, so here it is, right here.
That's the only plan I have. is the second one.
Coming in there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that must have got me.
I think it would be,
But anyway. it's up on
try
the-
that thought about coming in on West Creek Road, because otherwise,
It's just come in on West Creek Road.
Mhm.
as you come back down, you're going to look at nothing but parking all the way.
The entry is from West Creek.
West Creek?
Yeah. See where this,
And
oh,
that's-
here. See this right here?
Yeah.
They're using the same thing and swinging into here.
Into there.
So my idea of moving back probably is going to be difficult, but maybe it needs to shift this way.
Turn.
There isn't room to move it back.
Well, then maybe it should be
Hey, we
smaller.
can't argue this at the table.
I know.
You know, just give the comments and Robbie will take them.
Make it smaller.
Was that it, Diane?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
I think for such a flat, massive facade, it's forward of the boating building. And
Yeah.
That to me reads really tall, really just massive. And then on the east elevation, you've got a big overhang,
Yeah.
which that just, it doesn't work for me. And I understand we need the ramp, but I just wonder if maybe instead of, maybe just do a gable on that piece that's popping out and not have so much space on the second floor. I understand the need for it, you know, obviously you're doing it for peaceful purposes, but that's just so atypical, and I don't think it's that successful looking to have that heavy overhang.
How about a post? Because Chris Young's place over there has a can. with some-
Designing at the table.
Yeah, and I don't think that's a successful.
Can I add one thing
Okay, Diane.
to reconsider is the 2 trees, may very well be town trees.
Thank you. Were you finished there?
Yeah.
Okay, John.
This is another comment on this, the windows that I've small lights across the top
Yeah.
and one big one down below. I find that that's the only place I find it typical down on Federal Street. No, go to the other side. You know,
Well, it is commercial.
Elevation.
501, that's typical down in crossing in the Town Information Bureau. There's 5 or 6 of them along there. Otherwise, I would say it's not a commercial type window, but we do have. I agree with the solar. If it's any over HTC, it's questionable, but eventually they're gonna be all over the place anyway.
Yeah, you, on your watch, maybe.
My comments. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you, John. And my comments are, I don't like the idea of going to 33 feet. I think, you know, certain the Stop and Shop is 30 feet up.
It is.
The Stop and Shop, which is like 5 times as big as this building, would be 3 feet lower. That's one thing I agree with Carrie on the overhang bit. Well, I won't talk about the solar right now. That's the main thing. Okay, so can we move for some revisions on this one?
Make a motion to hold for this.
Thank you, Diane. All in favor of that motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
Nope.
Okay, motion carries. Now the solar, let's quickly give our comments on the solar. Let's hold for revisions, John. Hold for revisions. Yeah, so, Val, comments on the solar.
Just not on the main front of the building as much as can be somewhere else.
Okay. Diane?
Absolutely should not be on the front of the building.
Okay, thank you. John? We're talking about the solar now. On the
Yeah.
building.
Yeah. I have a comment with someone.
Okay, Carrie,
Yeah.
same. All right, so the solar needs some work.
What color's the roof, Rob? Perfect.
Well, that's a good start.
That's a great thing.
That's a great start. Thank you.
It looks
Um,
like they can fit more on the
Towards
east.
the back
Yeah.
would be
Yeah,
maybe okay.
sounds like it.
Okay.
All right. Thank you for that, Rob. The motion would be to hold to revise the solar. Can I have it?
So moved.
Thank you, Diane. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Hold the revision.
Hold for revision, yeah. They
Mr.
need to
Chair,
revise the building.
may I ask a question through you to the applicant?
Yeah, of course.
I just want to, I know, Mr. Rono, you and I talked about this being in the Mid-Island area plan. Have you talked to the planning director on having this looked at for the Mid-Island area plan perspective? No, as far as the site layout.
Yes, actually, I'm sure that, we designed the plan on the other side of the street, you know, it's going down, it's like, the town went to, they changed the zoning, so that we had a 0 front line setback.
Yeah.
The reason for that, the way I understood it, that they changed that a lot, was the sidewalk went along, and they wanted the front door. They were able to access the building right off the sidewalk into the building. That's the reason for the 0 setback. That's the way the town, the building department, and all the zoning people said, this is the way you want. In fact, you were involved with the last one, we did that, with the bill. Also, they said, absolutely no parking in the front. They want the parking in the back of the building. That's
So
all.
you're in a particularly difficult position because you're on a corner.
Yeah.
And we run into this constantly. What the planning board decides is not necessarily what
Exactly.
it works with what the HDC wants to see.
Right.
So that's frustrating. I
And they
understand.
also said that they absolutely wanted no cars coming in from Pleasant Street. That's why that right of way was put on the back of the lot going into the sailing, community sailing building. And that's why they wanted only one entrance and one exit for both of those lots. So as you can see there, all the traffic comes off West Creek Road into the Sailing Club.
Yeah.
And it also comes the same way into the proposed building.
So-
That's the way they wanted it. That's the way we did it.
Right, so maybe what you need to do is shift it over or make it, I don't know. I mean,
So,
stop talking about it,
Yeah,
okay.
thank you.
It's laid out pretty much the only way that it can be connected to the right. The Sailing Club lot.
Could it face West Creek instead of Pleasant? to
Guys,
visualize?
oh my God.
Sorry,
Listen,
sorry.
we closed this application like
Sorry,
10
you're
minutes
right.
ago. We do have to move on. I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay, so 101 Orange. Do we have anybody here to represent 101 Orange?
I make a motion to hold for
Okay,
representation.
okay, sounds good. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed to that? No opposed. That motion
I know
carries.
he's
Okay,
frustrated.
Ben, you're up,
And
brother.
that puts me in a
And
bad
I need to
position because I'm
recuse from
friends
this, so
with them,
Diane, I'm
but
hoping
it's
that you
not
can
good.
share this one.
The Lincoln Circle.
Yes.
I should have sat off
Yeah,
that
that's
one.
Ben
Like I was
Shampoo is
gonna.
going to be doing the landscape plan for 17. So I'm gonna step aside because I'm the architect on that project. And Diane, you can share?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
One or the other. Okay, where's Ben?
Hi, right here, Dan. Ben Shampoo for
There.
the
All right,
record.
Ben. Tell us what you've got planned here.
Okay. We could just pull up the L1 site plan.
L1, we got it.
L1.
Okay.
Yeah, this, actually, we could start with this one. So this here shows the pre-existing grades with the new buildings overlaid. Just to give you a sense of how this lot has looked traditionally and what is pre-existing as far as the grades and some of the retaining structures on the north side. So if you could zoom in a little bit on this, you can look at the north end of the property because that's pretty important. So there are two lines. There are some straighter lines on this that say 34. It's a double line. And it's also labeled existing timber retaining wall. So there are two existing retaining walls that hold this property on the north end. And what we would like to do with some of them is keep some of them, but we want to replace the upper one with what's going to be a like kind retaining wall, like kind in look, but different in structure. So this blue line on this plan is representing a sheet steel, driven sheet steel retaining wall that will be faced with hemlock 2x6 wood to look like the existing timber retaining wall. And the reason we want to do this is to just make it permanent and forever, because once these buildings are built, we won't be able to get into the site to do much in the way of repairs on a timber retaining wall. So it was an effort to make this forever. The grades on this are just to represent the fact that this site sits at about 38 feet in the interior and then slopes down toward the north 36 and then slopes off pretty dramatically on the north east side down 36, 34, 32, and then 30 and tailing off there. And this will be the part of the lot that gets the most fill and probably the most significant retainage. So that's L2. So I think now we can go to the whole landscape plan, just see how this works. So I don't know, has anybody been able to go down and see this site to see the visibility? I think particularly from, is it Jefferson Road that runs down at the bottom? Down at the bottom of Cliff, I believe. Jefferson, yeah. So I think the,
Can't even see it on the locus.
yeah, so this is, there's a locus up, there you go, yeah.
Where is it on the okay. It's not highlighted on this one.
It's not, oh, it's not, I'm sorry. Maybe we shouldn't make it into. I was having some printing problems, but it's on, it should be on this, if you could take a look, sorry about that. Yeah, if you could look at that, Val, sorry about that. Right.
Okay. So it's right here.
Okay. Well said, then, Ben?
Yep, so the visibility of this would be from Jefferson Ave upwards. And if anybody was able to take a look at the site, I think it's pretty clear that it's not visible at all. There is a lot of existing vegetation on this embankment that renders this totally invisible from Jefferson Road, I believe. I took some winter pictures of the retaining walls too in the upper right-hand corner on this.
Okay.
So I think I can walk you through the landscape plan a little bit. I know there's a lot going on there. So I would maybe ask you guys if you have any questions that I can.
All right.
Yeah,
that I can
I
answer.
do.
Yeah.
Where is Jefferson Road?
So Lincoln, you know where Lincoln Circle is, right?
Absolutely.
And Jefferson Road is the road that goes down to the Galley Beach. Jefferson Avenue, sorry, Jefferson Avenue.
The Stone Street?
No, yep, so Cliffside Beach Club, Galley Beach, that's Galley Beach Club is down there, Galley Beach. whatever it's
Runs
called.
right into the beach.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's down the
Cobblestone
hill.
Hill is, yeah, right there, and
The
then,
galley is.
yeah.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I do have comments from HSAB.
Okay,
Take a look
let
at
us
this.
hear those.
So HSAB took a look at this on June 14th. Their comments are parking for 6 cars seems commercial and excessive. It feels like a commercial parking lot, the way it's laid out. Perhaps they could use a grass reinforcement system on half of the lot. There was a comment about the checking the visibility down from Jefferson. The long stone wall may be visible and would be too formal for this setting. Those are the comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Carrie, have you got anything you would like to say?
Well, I'm pretty sure the pool will be invisible from the viewer public, but the grading on this thing, you're adding 6 feet?
Not really. In that northeast corner, kind of. It's really stepping down kind of 4 times. At the pool end, it steps down 2 feet. And then at the next wall, it steps down another 2 feet. And then 15 feet out from that, it steps down another 2 feet.
So what's the level of the pool?
So 38.7 is the level of the pool.
So that's higher than your highest grade at the corner, between the pool and the house.
Can you go to the existing, please?
Yep.
Yeah, from the existing to this, your numbers are really quite, you're adding a lot of grade. to this. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Thanks,
So the
Holly.
little circle hilltop at 38, at the
Yep.
corner of the pool.
Yeah.
On the proposed, your grade, your lawn grade is 38.7, 38.9.
Right. Yeah. No, we're adding grade all through this. The new building is at a higher grade than the old one. And the garage is also at a higher grade. So I'm really trying to match those.
Why not step down a little bit so the pool is even more sunk into the natural?
Yep.
grade?
Well, we'd like to,
So-
there was a lot of back and forth, and actually the whole cottage garage came down 6 inches because the road is at 40. And then the garage came down 6 inches lower than it was originally. And we thought that was enough to settle the pool in relative to the grades around it, i.e. the neighbor to the east and to the site itself.
Yeah, I think you could reduce the need for all the small 4-foot-high retaining walls in the back if you just drop down somewhere between here with a short retaining wall to get to a more
Another level.
medium level for the pool. And then all these retaining walls don't have to be so tall.
I think it was also, the retaining walls also serve to function. If you look at the landscape plan, I'm already coming down on a natural slope down to the retaining wall. We're actually sloping down to the pool already from the main house, if you can see that. So I'm sloping down already to the pool.
Should we do a view?
No, I'd like to explore this more. This is an important big change for this area.
Mhm.
I think we should have a view.
I'd like to comment next, Madam Chair, if you don't mind.
No, please go ahead.
Have you already done there?
Yeah.
So Ben, I just want to pick up on this theme because I want to try and simplify it a little bit.
Sure.
And I think ultimately it's going to result in asking for sections in a view, but
Mhm.
if you look at the existing slopes, your rightmost corner is about 30 feet, 26 feet. And in the proposed, it goes up to between 37 and 35 feet.
Mhm.
So that's the rightmost corner, upper corner of the existing and the proposed as compared to one another.
Correct.
The upper left corner, you go from, am I to take the green circle 34s existing as grade?
Yeah, just zoom in so I can see it.
Oh, the existing.
Yeah, that existing retaining wall that runs the length of property is at elevation 34.
The upper left, please.
Yeah.
Right,
So that's-
okay, so in that location, the 34 goes up to, is that retaining wall staying?
It's just essentially getting replaced with another retaining wall that's the same at the same elevation.
Okay, and then, but the grade that is just to the house side goes up to 38 feet from 34.
Correct. And if you look at and I'm sorry I drew this in two plans, but it was just less, it seemed to be a little less confusing.
No, I get it. So for me, Ben, the concern is, the reason I like to see sections, the concern is not just with respect to this particular lot, but because, we looked at this in a subdivision recently where one, by nature of the topography, there was a lot of retainage required, but it has a domino effect. And here, you have an existing hedge, you're proposing to raise the grade near the pool some 6 to 7 feet, depending on where you look. And on the opposite side, raise it some 4 to 5 feet. And then the neighboring homes are going to be doing the same. And the nature of the bluff will literally be changed from the downward side view. So my initial reaction is looking at just the gross number. So what I would like to do is get a better handle on that, and it would be the sectional views for relocation. So,
Yeah.
This third, and this third.
Right.
Looking east to west. And then also I would ask that to the extent there is visibility of this level, the proposed level from below, from Jefferson, that we would have a line staked out and strung so that when we view, we actually have something to view
to try and get like a visual measure of.
Right.
And it may be that concern is unwarranted. But just looking at the gross numbers,
Mhm.
that's where I'm trying to get at.
No, certainly, I get it.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Johnny, you got anything you'd like to say?
No comment.
Okay. Val?
No, I agree with a little more information.
Okay, so could we have a motion for more information? The things that Steve asked for and a view, how about?
I guess it was on the view and I was remiss. I didn't go.
Yeah, I'm looking for a view. Of the height.
Okay, so everybody's in favor of that motion?
Yeah,
Okay, thank you all.
trying to fold it back together.
Thank you, Diane. To hold for visions. Okay, next up, Linda. Where's Linda? Linda,
She's right there.
chop chop.
I have to leave at 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
Taxis.
Well, yeah, we're gonna break at 9. Linda,
Colin,
come on.
you got it ready?
Okay, so you're replacing windows at 25 North Water.
3 windows on the side of a house.
3?
On a
Isn't it three?
1770 house.
We haven't seen it for so long. It's like kind, they're TDLs, Green Mountain.
TDL.
Yeah, he doesn't want anything else. He's got TDLs in the rest of the house. So there are 3 like kind, or 2 like kind, I can't remember. It's been so long. There they are, 3 like kind on that side of the house. They match the rest, single glazed. And 1 new window in the back, which you can't see from anywhere unless you airlift into the backyard. They have an egress. This is the back of the house. They have an egress window up. They need an egress window up there. So we're going to do the usual casement with a midline. So it looks like a double
There's
hung.
already a window there.
It
you
is, but
change
it
out.
doesn't fit egress.
Okay.
And they're being asked to put egress up there in order to use that space. And it can't see it from anywhere. It's going to have the midline, so it looks like a double hung.
Okay.
It's just that the whole face will open with it necessary.
Okay, thank you, Linda. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Historic Structures looked at this on June 14th. This is a 1700s typical Nantucket. Actually, I got 1789 built for James Stubbs from our HTC survey. HSAB's comments were it needs a window survey. Windows with newer balances are okay to replace. The 1 window looks old and should remain and need info on the casement, need window schedule. These are other comments.
I didn't do a window schedule because it's going back in the same rough opening. They're single glazed, not double glazed. They're just a replacement. If I had come in without that rear window, it would have been gone replacement in kind. But because we have the one in the back, I included them all on the same application. That seems like a lot of crap for nothing. I got to be blunt.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, just for the record, our like kind applications do require windows.
Schedules.
Well, and they require windows within the old historic districts to go to you all. If there have been some that have been approved by staff, I've been remiss in that, but this is a contributing historic structure.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
my
you.
goodness. But there's the same windows. I'm not asking for double glaze. They're just single glaze, replace the same window in the same thing and they're Prosco's.
Understood.
Can I get a clarification?
Sure.
How-
By the way, can I get a clarification? So
Certainly.
you're sitting on this and Carrie's not, right?
Yes.
Okay, okay, go ahead.
Holly, for you, Mr. Chair. When he said the 1 window looks old, which they're referring to the gable window,
Yes.
single, okay, I just want to make sure.
That's actually the newest window in the whole structure.
I just wanted to understand what they.
Okay.
Thank you.
With that, do you want to begin discussion?
I think that for posterity's sake, we should have a window schedule. I think that if there are, a reason to replace these, and we could do it with TDLs. That, sequestered carbon is important. We should be trying to save these windows. But if there's some reason they can't be saved, then it's not uncommon to replace them with actual new windows. So as long as they're historically correct.
I don't have a lot of clients that want single glazed.
Yeah, no, I get you.
Diane,
Yeah,
your turn to speak.
yeah. I'd like to see a window schedule. I think we have to have that with us and all sorts of other people. I have a problem with one of the windows. I don't know whether we're getting shown because it is the window or not, but the window, and then there is another runner, and then there is a storm window. I don't know which window that is, Linda.
That's the 4/4 in the closet.
That's the 4/4. Where is it? Up there?
Yeah, in the closet.
Is it an old window or?
No, none of these are old. There's no, not even restoration glass in them. They're just regular old
The
windows.
reflection, I have noticed, since my windows need to be washed, cleaned, but they look like they have fog on them 24 hours a day, that the reflection in them are, that you could see from the street, and it makes the window look differently. So I'd like to see a list of the windows and whether they're old and perhaps what's wrong with them. So we can see how many we feel has to be replaced.
They're not old.
Okay, are you finished, Diane? Val?
I don't have a problem with this as long as we have some information added to the file on the sizes and,
I can do that through staff.
more. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, John.
I think
You want to replace?
casement,
All right, well, there's 3 windows that are getting replaced on the side. 1, 2, 3, just this exact same way, double hung. All right, that's those windows. And in the back, we want to change out a window so they can have egress, which is this gable end window.
look
Right.
like they're in good shape.
Well, apparently they're not that old. So there's the one they want to switch out.
Just that one window.
No, 4 total, 3 on the side, 1 on the back. And so it sounds like the consensus view is if we got information on the existing windows through staff, that we could approve this. But I'd love to have a motion made by somebody, if that's possible.
I'll make the motion. What's the motion?
Oh, well, I was going to say, the motion would be to approve this application, but have the documentation of the existing windows through staff window schedule.
Okay, I'll make that, see how it flies.
Okay, thank you, Diane. I guess I'll say, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Cool.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Linda.
Thanks.
Okay, Ethan, we're back to you, friend. 47 Millbrook, new dwelling.
You got 15 minutes, because then I will have to.
Yeah.
I know, and I wanted to do at least one of mine.
This will take 1 minute.
Oh, gosh, yeah, there's no way, sorry. What'd you say?
This is an approved house and due to.
It's an approved house.
Yes, and because he's quite large, we kind of cut costs, so he's doing a Huntington home.
So he's downsizing.
Yeah, he's making it smaller. He's doing a Huntington home instead of a stick-built house, so he's reducing the size. He's not doing the one I designed. And if you scroll down at the very last page, the one that's approved, and then that's a Huntington home. And it's in. Yeah.
So you're downsizing, the building is getting smaller and it's becoming a modular.
It's become a modular. The last page is the approved house. No, that's stick.
That's stick.
Cost too much.
It's new, but,
I think his point is that it was a much bigger house approved.
yeah, this is what was approved. And that's too big. So the owner wants to go with something smaller. This. Where are we on this one, guys?
I'm okay with this.
New construction. Yep.
It's a basic
Okay,
house.
so Val's okay.
Yeah.
This is
Oh,
you,
sorry,
Carrie, right?
Diane, I closed it.
And
It's up there.
I know.
comments?
Well, I think the first design was much more appropriate. This survey in this neighborhood is a little.
Can't afford to do the.
Yeah, well,
As far as that,
modulars is a little more character to fit the neighborhood.
Okay. Diane,
It's a van you can't afford to build a fancy one. Probably the least intrusive one that could go in there. I don't know what else to say.
okay. Don, comments?
Why is it?
it's over 100 and some odd feet off the road.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm okay with this.
Motion.
I'll just say for the record, it's too bad that they can't build your design.
Thanks.
But that's not to say that I don't think that this is approvable. So. Sorry, was somebody gonna make a motion?
I will.
Okay.
Motion to approve as submitted.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor? Say aye.
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 You in favor, John? To approve.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Johnson, anybody opposed? Okay, motion carries. All right, let's see. No, we gotta get down to Val stuff. We have to finish like 12 applications in 12 minutes. So it's a lightning round of HGC. Oh, by the way, guys, I gotta recuse from this next one because Lisa's gonna be handling it. So Diane, could
Yeah.
you, for me, please?
Which one?
It's the next page over 88 Quidnet Road. Looks like there's some revisions.
Hi. I thought we were going to do one about.
No.
We're trying,
Yeah, we're
but I'm
trying.
not sure we're gonna get there.
Are we meeting on Thursday?
Yeah. I'm gonna be late.
I
Hi,
think Ray
everybody.
still has to sign this, but he can
Okay,
sign it when he
so
comes
we're
back.
Talking to
This is,
Lisa.
how are you? Nice
How
to
are
see
you?
you in the flesh. This is an application for 88 Quidnet Road.
Right. You're adding a dormer.
Yes, and I provided some photos, which I can hand paper copies to, but I know.
Okay.
So, I don't know if you want to look at the drawings first, but I provided the pictures from the beach and you can see it's sort of low tide and it's impossible to see the first floor of the house. You will definitely see the new
The second
dormer.
floor?
The second floor, there were no significant changes to the second floor. So
Where's the
on,
dormer?
it's a cathedral ceiling. So it's a little short dormer that faces east.
Okay.
So you see it there on the east elevation. Everything else is below the eave line, all the other changes. And I think if you look at the photos, It's the building far left there.
Yeah.
No, next one over, Polly. No, left. The little
Left.
roof, yeah. And then, that's the same picture, let's see.
Can you go back?
Yeah.
Did the camera stop there?
No, I'm gonna give you more pictures.
Or you did a panorama?
Sort of, yeah, there it is. There, so you can see, and you can see how low, there's a lot of seaweed. I'm at the water line. You'll see the dormer, there's no question, but it seems in keeping with the architecture. That's from looking more north, further down the beach where the bluff gets a bit higher. That is looking south. And you can see the chimney, it's a building with the one with the chimney, no, the one in the middle. Right
Is
there.
that roof line raising at all?
Oh, it's raising a little bit, yep, but not a lot. The two-story addition is to the south.
But not raising this.
No, not from what was previously
Just the-
approved, just adding the dormer.
Okay, anybody like to start ready? Carrie?
I think it's fine. I mean, that whole elevation is very busy, but I think you won't see much of it from the beach at least.
Right.
Walking up to the.
Thank you. Steve,
Yeah, I agree.
all right, Johnny,
And comment? Thank you.
Val,
I'm still trying to figure out which direction I'm looking at.
That's the east, so that faces the water, the dormer. West faces the road, and there were no changes on the west.
AKA the rear.
Yeah, it's. This is the side, this is the water.
Okay,
These are all
and when
the-
you drive up, you don't
Coming from
drive,
here,
right?
coming from the west. Where there are no changes.
Okay.
I agree. All right, so,
Motion to approve is submitted. Motion to approve is submitted.
thank you, Steve, everybody.
Aye.
Say
Madam
aye.
Chairperson, I have a comment.
Oh, yes, Tony.
All right, these photos, they're all taken from the beach.
Yeah.
None have been taken from the inside.
I think they were taken to the applicant's
sorry?
advantage. I think they were taken to the applicant's advantage.
And I would add, John, that's very observant of you to see the seaweed there. You know, I'd say it's very observant of you to know that they were taken from the beach, because I see the seaweed.
And that's the elevation
So
they were working on.
There's a motion on the floor, John.
Yeah, I know, but I had a comment, I would have made a comment.
Well, you
Yeah.
did have it, you were.
I
called on
asked
the
you if you had a comment. and
They
you
don't
said
have any
no.
pictures of the other.
But I think the public way,
That was all approved.
There's a motion on the floor.
To go, and it has been all eyed except for you, so what is your,
Just say
are you going to be for it or against it?
Okay.
any opposed.
Okay,
That's
Yeah, it just, one whole big
yeah.
vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No opposed, it is a vote. Thank you very much, everybody.
Okay, thanks, guys. And I think we have time for Ethan. Let's go, Ethan. Let's see what we can do here.
Okay.
Hang in there.
I'm trying to get on the mic here. Ethan Griffin, we have the applicant. So this is a small cottage that's being proposed. It's sort of an interesting site. There was a house on this property that was moved off in 1997.
This,
Sorry, Ethan.
One of these that we done tonight so far. Seems to push on to the left slide.
Oh, let's just drag it out.
Okay, so here we are. All right, so, yeah, I'm moving it along. So, Holly, traditionally you read these. Am I reading them now? I'll go either way, I don't care.
With a person. Yeah, they met in person and yeah, we met twice actually on this.
Yeah.
And I think their comments seem to be, from what I got, pretty much the same.
I don't know about the same. They were very confused at the first hearing, and the second one helped clarify a lot of things. So this property did have a house on it, like a 1840s house that was moved off in 1998. So it's kind of a unique configuration where there's this sort of barn structure that's the main house at the rear of the lot. And the yard is this big sort of enclosed by privet hedge and fencing. And there's this existing shed. The goal is they really want kind of a small little, it's like almost like a guest suite. It's not even a dwelling to sort of complement the existing house. So when we were looking at this, we thought, okay, well, what would be, since it already is an odd configuration, maybe the concept was that, this whole area was farmland at some point, and these were agricultural buildings that were part of kind of the larger sort of farm, the Ernst lands back there, 3/4 Mile Hill. And so these are kind of agricultural structures that have been repurposed as dwellings, because we acknowledge that it's sort of an interesting scenario that we're dealing with this open lot essentially on Main Street.
Okay.
And we'd be preserving the existing privet hedge that wraps around, except on 1/4 Mile Hill, where we're showing the carriage doors as if this was a carriage house that addressed 1/4 Mile Hill. So it's
That's this side.
Oh, no, incorrect. That faces the interior of the lot. The upper elevation, that's on
Sorry.
1/4 Mile Hill.
Okay.
And so really, as the existing dwelling does, they both kind of address 1/4 Mile Hill far more than Main Street.
You want to do HSAB?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank
So
you.
HSAB looked at this on June 14th and June 21st. One remote and one in person. Their comments were, being so close to the street, this building should address Main Street with a front door and hedge opening, like every other house on Main Street, and look more like a small dwelling than a carriage house. On the west elevation, the round window and all glass behind sliding doors is not appropriate. I do want to mention for the commission that there were comments, which I believe were forwarded from the butter, that were sent on June 20th regarding the proposed cottage from 1/4 Mile Hill. This is from Mr. Robert Alexander Ernst. Yes. And we've received this via multiple ways, hard copy, email, you name it. So for the record, Chair Poll, members of the commission and commission staff, thank you for your community service and professional consideration of the notice of opposition. Kindly know and consider that I respectfully oppose the too short 1 foot 6 inch distance between the proposed cottage, aka new dwelling, at 125 Main Street, Nantucket, and 1/4 Mile Hill. The above deeded referenced way that is labeled mistakenly by the architect as 1/4 Mile Hill Road. Because the Nantucket Fire Department, Harbor Fuel, Yates Gas, Inc., PM Rates, Toscana Corporation, multiple landscaping company trucks experience now difficulty ingressing and egressing the 5 separate owned parcels along the way. The above cited heavy trucks in an emergency can forcefully knock past by breaking the support pillar connections of the existing shed. And the town classifies perhaps as a temporary structure, and any safety engineer would classify as is too close to the way for the safe transit. But those trucks shall not transit the way if they hit the proposed cottage. which won't be knocked off its reinforced concrete foundation and hurricane clip stud. The proposed 1 foot 6 inch distance of the proposed cottage from the way does not achieve the commission's mission to promote the general welfare and inhabitants of town Nantucket to the preservation, protection, and historic building places. I have delivered a similar notice of opposition to the zoning board of appeals and hereby request a short notice of commission that any commission action in favor of the proposed cottage or continuance of the existing shed's location should not presume any approval or variance of the normal 5 foot or 10 foot setback. A legal interest be in Nantucket Registry of Deeds, book 148, page 14, as shown on the Nantucket website of Quarter Mile Hill, the way, aka mistakenly as Quarter Mile Hill Road. I respectfully commend to the commission's thoughtful review its definition of much butter. That was very long-winded. I also want to note that there is no application for the ZBA that I'm aware of.
And I might be able to
There would be,
clarify
'cause
that. The shed exists and we're basically going right on to the shed, attaching to the existing shed.
Okay.
So that's one of the reasons why it's there. So it's not further encroaching on Quarter Mile Hill than it already exists.
Good to know. And you have a 0-yard setback.
That, so they, when they put the shed there, they use that as the 0 setback on Quarter Mile. Hill.
Right, right. Okay. Okay, I think that has all of that out of the way. You ready, John? You want to start? Go ahead.
I find the west elevation. West. From Quarter Mile Hill. Which is a traveled way.
Yes.
And then round window should be made into a 4.
I agree with you, but just so you know, the east elevation is the one that faces Quarter Mile Hill. That's that elevation. So this faces back into the property, but I think HSAB had a concern about that anyway. So continue, John. Sorry.
And I looked at it from here.
Yeah.
It's from right over on Quarter Mile view.
Oh, yeah, I guess you.
I just think it's inappropriate and it's visible.
I agree.
It will be visible.
Okay, is that it, John?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Diane?
Yeah, I'd like to maybe have a view of it, because you see Quarter Mile Hill from down at the old cemetery. Looking up what used to be the ice skating rink, and then up the hill. It's a funny view that goes across there all the way up. And then when you get to the hill, it stops before it falls down again to 125. So I don't know. I would suggest that because I think it's very hard to decide. I'd like to see it.
Okay. Fair enough. Thank you, Val.
I agree with what's been said. I think the side that's facing Main Street,
Yeah.
it's perfectly acceptable to me. The concern I have is all those glass doors. I think the west should nix the doors. Maybe put some windows in there and change the round window. It already has a set of sliding doors facing away from the street on the north. So they do have access to the yard. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. Stephen?
Yeah, I agree with a lot of what has been said, except if they have doors in their yard and have a bunch of them, not to be contrarian to Commissioner, I don't see an issue with them having more doors. That circular window, to the extent that's visible, is definitely a concern. And the fact that this is a small building on Main Street, I actually think, given this particular location on Main Street, it frankly should be encouraged, because it is, as opposed to filling lot line to lot line, it is encouraging a sense of open space, at least at the level of the second floor and above, that is welcome and necessary. So I think frankly it's to be applauded. Those are my comments. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
So, yeah, I'm not, Ethan, not loving the round window. Hopefully you're not surprised by that.
We are not.
Yeah, the French doors facing into the property. I don't exactly. Yeah, that's my main thing, round window.
What old for a view and
Yeah, so
minor
Diane would like to view and it sounds like we've got some quite minor revisions here.
Yeah, I think the massing
I
is
say aye.
perfect.
Yeah, so,
I'll give you a motion.
yeah,
I'll make a motion. And we approve it, provided they take out the round and the 4-way window.
Replace the round with a 4-light?
okay, so that would preclude the view. I wonder if that's gonna,
Well, I hate to say this.
oh, did we already have a motion?
Well,
You have a
Diane
motion on
voted
the
on it too,
table
yeah.
and Diane voted aye.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry,
I didn't want us to get hung up.
Yeah,
on it.
no,
Yeah.
I'm delirious right now, so, no,
Sorry.
hey, so John, so there already was a motion that included getting rid of the window, so revisions, but also Diane wants to view it, so we're gonna see it again, but with very minor revisions, okay? So I'm just gonna say all in favor of Diane's motion.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, the motion carries. Thank you, Ethan.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, okay, been a long night. Do we need to attend to any business before we adjourn?
Maybe approve the minutes for Terry.
We're gonna approve some minutes for Terry. So if someone is so inclined, could I have a motion to approve the minutes of June 11th, 15th and 17th?
So moved.
What are we doing?
We're gonna approve these minutes and then we're gonna adjourn.
16th and 17th?
Yeah, we're gonna approve the minutes. So Diane, you had made a motion to approve, right?
I did. Diane's
sorry.
gone.
Oh, Diane's gone. Oh, wow. Okay, so Val's made a motion to approve. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Abstention.
Okay, so that's 4 in favor, 1 abstention, correct? Okay. All right, I think we're ready to adjourn. It's 9:30. Okay, John's made a motion to adjourn. All in favor?